Chapter 431. Whoosh, whoosh, the pitch-black world was like a bottomless abyss. There was no starry sky or starry sky. There was only darkness, an oppressive darkness that made one feel oppressed. This was the extraterrestrial demon nation, a special world that produced countless extraterrestrial demons of various sizes. Is this the extraterrestrial demon nation? Lin Fei used his divine sense to check, and soon discovered that it was useless here. It was blocked by a faintly discernible power. No matter how he moved, he was always restricted. His field of vision was infinitely compressed. Right now, Lin Fei was in a huge castle square. This was one of the strongholds of the Divine Sword School in the extraterrestrial demon nation. Look at this junior brother. He's actually using his divine sense to check. He's really unlucky to meet an extraterrestrial demon. They like to find people by following their divine sense. Another group of disciples from the Divine Sword School who had just come out couldn't help but mock Lin Fei's appearance. He's a hot-blooded youth. He's not afraid of extraterrestrial demons. I remember there was a disciple who also ran to the extraterrestrial demon nation last month. Unfortunately, he met an extraterrestrial demon general and had his body taken over. I think you'd better scram. This isn't a place for a little fellow like you. The extraterrestrial demon nation itself was very dangerous. They naturally wouldn't miss a chance to mock him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He turned and left, not bothering with them. Junior brother, do you want some good stuff? Just then, a wretched-looking young man approached and tried to sell something to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even bat an eyelid. No, junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It's really good stuff. It's a detailed guide to the extraterrestrial demon nation. It's a must-have when you're outside. Lin Fei obviously stopped in his tracks. Then he stopped and turned around. It's about the extraterrestrial demon nation? Of course. I don't have much talent for cultivation. For the sake of everyone's safety in the extraterrestrial demon nation, I specially summarized the extraterrestrial demon nation and made this guide. With this, you don't have to worry about getting lost in the extraterrestrial demon nation. As long as you have the guide, you don't have to worry about anything. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met someone with such eloquence. It was a pity that she was not a salesperson. What's the price? Very cheap, 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals. Lin Fei turned to leave. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. That person finally met someone who didn't understand. So he chased after him and said, 100,000 true essence crystals. That's our cost price. If junior brother really wants it, then I'll reluctantly part with 80,000 true essence crystals. His face revealed a painful expression. 50,000 yuan. Do you want to sell it or not? Deal. Lin Fei took the manual and left. Another sucker. I bought it for 10,000 yuan. The man laughed and turned around to sell it to others. Lin Fei flipped through the handbook with joy in his eyes. It really is a good thing. It has divided the heavenly demon kingdom. Those who don't understand will have a basic understanding of the heavenly demon kingdom after reading the manual. Lin Fei was in no hurry to set off. After a full hour, Lin Fei finally finished reading the information in the handbook and had a better understanding of the heavenly demon kingdom. According to the records in the manual, the heavenly demon nation was divided into large and small regions. As for how many regions there were, no one knew. Generally, it was not a big problem to not provoke a powerful heavenly demon. The heavenly demons were divided into heavenly demon imp, heavenly demon yaksha, heavenly demon general, heavenly demon marshal, heavenly demon king, and finally heavenly demon god. Generally speaking, the heavenly demon nation consisted mostly of heavenly demon imps and heavenly demon yakshas. Their abilities were equivalent to the humans' mystic spirit and mystic sovereign. Their generals were mystic grandmasters, heavenly demon marshals were mystic venerables, and heavenly demon kings were mystic sages. Of course, there were strong and weak heavenly demon kings. The weakest one was at mystic venerable perfection, while the heavenly demon gods were at mystic emperor's level or even itinerant immortal elders level. The heavenly demon nation's handbook barely recorded the area of the heavenly demon king. I don't know if it's accurate or not. In any case, I don't plan to go back in a short time. Sooner or later, I will meet the heavenly demon king, so I don't need to worry about this matter. The castle was not very large. After taking a stroll, Lin Fei decided to leave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He chose a direction and flew out. The endless darkness was oppressive and terrifying. In less than a moment, Lin Fei was 10,000 miles away. The silent atmosphere was shrouded by long whistles. Sporadic heavenly demon imps appeared. The sound of the flute also made Lin Fei's expression change slightly. This is the heavenly demon voice. It can affect one's mind. In the depths of his consciousness, hideous faces appeared out of thin air. With a thought, Lin Fei used the immovable Wisdom King's guard to shatter these faces one by one. Whoosh, the water-fire lotus protected Lin Fei inside. Whoosh, whoosh, illusory faces constantly appeared outside the water-fire lotus. As the water-fire lotus burned them, they immediately turned into black smoke. What a powerful heavenly demon voice. It can make people fall for it unknowingly. No wonder primordial soul powerhouses like to come here to consolidate their primordial soul. It is indeed very helpful. The primordial soul constantly resisted the heavenly demon voice, and over time, it could be consolidated. Compared to meditating day and night, the effect was completely different. It had two completely different effects. Activating the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei continued to fly, and he was very eye-catching in the darkness. After traveling for 10,000 miles, two figures in front of him greeted him. Judging from their clothes, they were clearly disciples of the Divine Sword School, and also core disciples. "Junior brother, please wait." Lin Fei stopped. He was a little puzzled. Why were they looking for him? "What are you two doing? We see that you are alone, and this is the heavenly demon nation, where danger lurks everywhere. We want to be partners with you to hunt heavenly demons together, so that we could take care of each other," said one of the tall men. As they spoke, a short man came to Lin Fei's side and said, "It seems that this is your first time here. We are very familiar with the heavenly demon nation. It will be easier to complete the task if we are partners. Don't you think so?" Whoosh, the short man fiercely pounced on him. Black smoke soared into the sky, and he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. His left hand was like a knife, and he chopped down with his palm. He clearly wanted to kill Lin Fei. The other tall man also stabbed with his sword, and instantly blocked all of Lin Fei's escape routes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword chi rushed out. With a flash of white light, the two men were split into two. They were killed with a single sword strike. "How dare a mere heavenly demon imp attack me?" Hiss, the two bodies immediately turned into black smoke. Lin Fei was glad that he had bought the manual before. Otherwise, he would have been hit. The heavenly demon imp was indeed difficult to deal with. Most people would not be able to react in time when they suddenly attacked one after another. These two men used to be disciples of the Divine Sword School, but their bodies were taken over by the heavenly demon imp. It was equivalent to their souls being killed and their bodies being controlled by the heavenly demon imp. The heavenly demon imp could only attack with sound waves and take over bodies. Perhaps these two disciples of the Divine Sword School were unknowingly hit. The heavenly demon imp was also very powerful. It directly disguised itself as a disciple of the Divine Sword School and used the identity of a fellow disciple to sneak attack the other party. However, the heavenly demon imp was not very strong, and its strength was greatly reduced when it took over the body. But even so, the heavenly demon imp was difficult to deal with. The heavenly demon imp has a lot of experience. It has more than 100,000 experience points. I can just accept the task of killing heavenly demons and exchange it for experience points. The system task had already been issued. The heavenly demon realm was the best place to level up. Collect. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle and collected the remaining black fog. After the death of the heavenly demon imp, it would leave behind resentment. If collected, it could be made into a heavenly demon orb, which had a destructive attack. It could also be made into a heavenly demon banner. Because of this, many disciples like to take risks and go to the heavenly demon kingdom to collect this kind of heavenly demon resentment. Not only could they earn a lot of merit points, but they could also train their primordial spirit. Although it was a little dangerous, they still quite liked it. Lin Fei decided to practice his own leveling plan. Fortunately, there are treasure boxes in the system store to store experience points. Otherwise, I would have to kill the Heavenly Demon King first to level up. In the end, it would be a waste of experience points. Experience treasure boxes cost 100,000 points each and could store 100 million experience points. When the experience points were not used, they could be stored and released when needed. That was why Lin Fei was so calm and not anxious to find the traces of the Heavenly Demon King. As for why he did not ask other disciples of the Divine Sword School, he felt that it was meaningless. If a kid in the profound Emperor realm went to learn about the Heavenly Demon King, the other party would definitely not tell him. They would think that he was biting off more than he could chew. How could he deal with the Heavenly Demon King? Not to mention killing it. Lin Fei naturally did not bother to ask. It was better to accumulate experience points while inquiring about the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, killing two birds with one stone. His hair was not even fully grown, and he already wanted to play with women? Seeking information about the Heavenly Demon King was actually the same. A few days later, a group of disciples of the Divine Sword School came together to collect the Heavenly Demon Resentment. When they appeared in this area, they could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, there would be many heavenly demon imps in this area, and these disciples all had an impression of them. However, in front of them, there were only a few heavenly demon imps. They couldn't help but be shocked by this. What's going on? The heavenly demon imps are all gone. It's impossible. A group of heavenly demon imps will appear in this place every month. Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? This should be impossible. Although there are not many heavenly demon imps here, there are at least tens of thousands of them. We can only kill them if we join forces. Let's change places and take a look. After changing places continuously, all kinds of puzzled expressions appeared on their faces. In these places that they were familiar with, the heavenly demon imps seemed to have disappeared. Apart from a few scattered ones, they actually could not find a whole group of heavenly demon imps. As the mysterious person in their eyes, Lin Fei strolled leisurely, wandering among the heavenly demons. With a raise of his hand, he killed the heavenly demon imps and the heavenly demon yakshas. If such a scene was seen by others, they would probably be so frightened that they would break out in a cold sweat. Even if it was an essence soul expert, when faced with so many heavenly demons, his scalp would also go numb. He fled in a sorry state. Whoosh, with a magical power, a large amount of black fog was collected. This is so cool. This way of leveling up, Lin Fei beamed. The Heavenly Demon Nation was really a good place to level up. Chapter 432. Inside the Sky Demon Nation, Lin Fei's divine sense was suppressed, but that didn't mean he couldn't sense the changes around him. The energy fluctuation was too obvious. Strange, so strange. Why are people being chased in such a remote place? If Lin Fei hadn't purposely chosen a secluded place to hunt the heavenly demon imps, he would have believed that they were coming for him, and that the ones chasing and fleeing were the incarnations of the heavenly demon imps. Lin Fei was just surprised. He didn't want to get involved in these things. He learned from the manual. In the Sky Demon Nation, apart from the danger of the Sky Demons, there were also sneak attacks from rival sections. There would always be people dying here. God knows how many genius disciples were buried in the Sky Demon Nation. Lin Fei had reason to believe that this was another sect hunting him down. However, he did not know which sect it was that was hunting him down. Shaking his head, he continued to kill the Sky Demon imps. Leveling up was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Hua, a streak of green light stumbled out. Not good. This is the gathering place of the Sky Demon imps. It was a girl in green. Her face was pale, and there was blood on her clothes. She was obviously the one being chased. When her eyes landed on the depths of the Sky Demon imps, surprise flashed in her eyes. What's going on? Someone is hunting the Sky Demon imps alone? Isn't he afraid that the Sky Demon imps will take over his body? The girl in green observed for a while and confirmed that it wasn't the Sky Demon imps. It was indeed a disciple of some sect hunting them. Ha ha! Chick, let's see where you can run to this time. A sinister laugh came from behind. They are too powerful. If I keep running, I will run out of Jin Yuan sooner or later. At that time, I won't even have a chance to contact my senior brothers. I can only risk it. The girl in green clenched her teeth and flew toward the sky demon imps. Perhaps this was her only chance. Senior brother, help. Lin Fei was happily killing the sky demon imps when he heard this voice. He frowned. Damn, don't tell me this chick is trying to harm me. Lin Fei was very annoyed. What does it have to do with me that you are being chased? Why do you have to do this to me? All right, I will leave. Even killing the heavenly demon imp would not give him a break. What was going on? Lin Fei turned around to leave. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. I don't even have time to level up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He patted his head, regretting what he had done. Damn it. How could it be so coincidental? This girl is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? If it was any other disciple, Lin Fei wouldn't have stopped at all. Who cares if you live or die? It has nothing to do with me. However, the disciples of the Divine Sword School were worthy of consideration. The symbol on their chests was the most conspicuous. Forget it, forget it. Who asked you to bump into me? He still had to be a good person. The girl who flew up was beautiful and could be given 85 points. Lin Fei was a person who could ruthlessly destroy flowers. Most of the time, he liked to admire beautiful women. Moreover, this person was his senior sister. The perfection stage of the profound monarch realm. When the green-robed woman saw that the other party had stopped, a look of joy appeared on her face. Perhaps she would be able to escape from danger. However, when she saw his cultivation level, her heart sank. It seemed that she had chosen the wrong person. Whoosh, a sword light flashed, and the heavenly demon imp that was charging toward the green-robed woman was wiped out with a single sword strike. Senior sister, don't panic. You are a disciple of the Divine Sword School? Yes, I am a disciple of the Divine Sword School. Let's go quickly. The people from the Saber sect are here. We have to quickly inform senior brother. The green-robed woman didn't say anything. When she saw that he was in a daze, she swept up Lin Fei and flew out, causing Lin Fei to be unable to react for a moment. He was here to help. When did he become a burden? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures quickly appeared and surrounded the green-robed woman. Little girl, let's see where you can run to this time. Damn, what a pretty girl. We can have a good time later. Us disciples of the Saber sect fighting with the disciples of the Divine Sword School is a great thing in life. The black-robed disciples were all talking at once, and their eyes were filled with lust. Lin Fei heard them clearly. People from the Saber sect. Instantly, Lin Fei was filled with anger. Good heavens, I always run into them. Damn you, the bodiless immortal of the Saber sect. I can't defeat them, so I vent my anger on you. Can't I? You are disciples of the Saber sect? A cold voice was directed at them. The disciples of the Saber sect were instantly stunned. Even when he was about to die, he still dared to shout at them. He must have eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard. This was the first time they had seen such a bold person. The green-robed woman at the side was also stunned. This junior brother? I will ask you again. Are you disciples of the Saber sect? Lin Fei looked at them coldly. Stinking brat. I am a disciple of the Saber sect. What can the Divine Sword School do to us? A black sword intent swept across, and the head of the disciple of the Saber sect flew into the sky. Damn the disciples of the Saber sect. The disciples of the Saber sect were shocked. A stinking brat dared to attack them. This was something that had never happened before. Then an unparalleled sword intent attacked them, and they saw their heads flying one by one. Lu Dai was dumbfounded. She covered her mouth and revealed an expression of disbelief. You kill them all. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the disciples of the Saber sect. It would be fine if he did not encounter them, but once he encountered them, he would kill them first. What? I don't dare to kill them. Lin Fei found it funny. But do you think you can't kill them? Lu Dai had never seen such a powerful junior brother. The weakest of the 6 disciples who chased after her was at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, and the strongest was at the middle stage of the profound Ancestor realm. She was chased all the way and almost died in their hands. But in front of this junior brother, she was killed in one move. What terrifying strength! Ah, junior brother, quickly go and save senior sister and the others. If you don't go now, there will be no time. Lu Dai grabbed Lin Fei, not caring about the difference between men and women. Senior sister? That's senior sister? Lin Fei was stunned. What happened? Let's go. Without any explanation, they flew in a direction. My name is Lu Dai. The shameless disciples of the Saber sect contacted other sects and trapped our sisters from the Pink Rose. Many of our sisters are injured. When Lin Fei heard this, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Lin Fei knew about the Pink Rose. This was a powerful organization. It could be ranked in the top 5 in the Sword God's Gate. They were all formed by women and were very powerful. Knowing that the other party was from the Pink Rose, Lin Fei naturally had to help. In the Sword God's Gate, it was necessary to build connections. The Pink Rose was a large organization. It was naturally good to have connections with them. Even if it was not, Lin Fei would still help. After all, they were from the Saber sect. You lead the way. It's too slow. By the time we arrive, it will be too late. Lin Fei grabbed Lu Dai's hand and moved at full speed, turning into a beam of flowing light. Chapter 433. Demonic Nation. In a secluded area of the mountain, long howls could be heard continuously. Everywhere one looked, there was a dense black. It was the demonic imps, demonic yakshas, and demonic generals. At this moment, they were besieging a group of people. The ones besieged were a group of women. They were barely resisting with the formation. The formation flickered, and it could be broken at any time. On the opposite side of the call, a group of people stared leisurely. Fairy Lon Kai, admit defeat. There's no need to continue. Your formation won't last long. Duan Ji, who was dressed in a black robe, smiled and said, when the formation is broken, you will have nowhere to hide. Among the women besieged, there was a blue-clothed person. It was Fairy Lon Kai, Divine Sword School's core disciple, profound Grandmaster perfection strength. We would rather die in battle than surrender. Fairy Lon Kai's beautiful eyes were cold. She commanded her disciples to resist the attacks of the demonic nation. As expected of people from Pink Rose, they are so determined, even in death. Duanji laughed loudly. Don't think that I don't know. You sent a disciple to inform us. Maybe our people have already returned. You don't have to rely on this. No one will come to save you. Your Divine Sword School's disciples will all die here today. Another red-robed young man laughed loudly. This time, in order to deal with you Pink Rose, we have planned for a long time. It's just the right time to wipe you all out. Obediently become our myriad demon sex cauldrons. Fairy Lon Kai's face was cold. Your Saber sect is really shameless. You actually cooperated with the demonic sect. You have lost the face of our first-grade sect. Ha! If we weren't despicable, how could we besiege you and kill you? Duan Ji smiled and said, who asked your Divine Sword School to have so many famous geniuses? I am helping your Divine Sword School to reduce the burden. That's right, reduce the burden. Inside the formation, Fairy Lon Kai's expression was solemn. How long can we last? There are too many demonic nations, especially when they have attracted demonic yakshas and demonic generals. If this continues, our formation will be broken in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Senior sister, fight with them. Even if we die, we must let them know how powerful our Divine Sword School is. Fairy Lon Kai had originally brought them to hunt heavenly demons and collect heavenly demon resentment, but they were ambushed by the people of the Saber sect and lured into this trap. Then, they drove the heavenly demons to act as the vanguard, wanting to exhaust them to death. The void has been sealed by them. Otherwise, we could have informed our senior brother in the Sky Fiend Kingdom. Fairy Lon Kai was helpless. Let's wait a little longer. Green Butterfly should have brought reinforcements. Fairy Lon Kai didn't really believe their words. If Green Butterfly was really killed by them, they could only fight. As long as one person survived, he would definitely make the Saber sect pay. Fairy Lon Kai was very confused. Why were the Saber sect disciples so fearless? Were they not worried about the sect's retaliation? So a large-scale battle broke out? This was the only thing he could not understand. Furthermore, the Saber sect had joined hands with someone else. This was unprecedented. Brother Duan, what's wrong with your Saber sect? Aren't you afraid that news of you openly ambushing a disciple of the Divine Sword sect will spread? The gray-robed young man asked. He was the Myriad Demon sect's bloodlust Taoist. This time, the Saber sect and the Myriad Demon sect had joined hands. No, there are very few people in the vicinity, and the void has been sealed. There's no need to worry about this at all, Duanji said. As for why you ambushed a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, do you need a reason? This time, the Myriad Demon sect has benefited. If you bring these back, they'll all be excellent human cauldrons. Bloodlust Taoist did not continue asking. He had a feeling that it was not that simple. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as he brought these human cauldrons back, he would have completed his mission. The rest had nothing to do with him. Our first cooperation was so perfect. Next time, if you attack someone from the Pink Rose, remember to inform me. Bloodlust Taoist licked the corner of his mouth. I rarely see such good human cauldrons. Don't worry. You won't miss out on such a good thing, Duanji said. With the Sky Fiend as the vanguard, their array won't last long. As long as the array is broken, it'll be a piece of cake. However, he was also puzzled. The news about the Divine Sword sect had been released by the higher-ups. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was the primary place to attack Essence Soul experts. Once the Divine Sword sect disciples were killed, they would not be spared, provided that no clues were left behind. The Sky Fiend Kingdom was huge. Revenge killings and massacres were innumerable. If the Divine Sword sect disciples died in the Sky Fiend Kingdom, as long as there was no evidence, even if the Divine Sword sect was a first-grade sect with many experts, they would not dare to attack. Don't forget, the Saber sect was also a first-grade sect. Its strength was comparable to the Divine Sword sect. Duanji was not interested in understanding what was going on. In order to complete his mission, he took the initiative to contact the Myriad Demon sect disciples. It was a good opportunity to divert the trouble. It just so happened that the Myriad Demon sect needed human cauldrons. Naturally, the two sides worked together and joined forces. One side wanted to kill the Divine Sword sect disciples. The other side needed human cauldrons for cultivation. The strong joined forces. Boom! Boom! The Sky Fiend continued to attack. Ripples appeared on the array. It was clearly on the verge of collapse. Lon Kai Fairy, stop resisting. Surrender, and you'll have a way out. Lon Kai Fairy sneered. Stop your wishful thinking. Even if I die in battle, I won't fall into your hands. Looking back at her injured sisters, her beautiful eyes revealed a determined look. Sisters, the moment of life and death is here. Later, when the array breaks, I'll cover for you. Everyone, run separately. You must bring back the news. The sect will definitely avenge us. Clatter, clatter. Under the Sky Fiend's continuous attacks, the array finally broke. A large number of Sky Fiends rushed up ferociously. World of Ice and Snow. Lon Kai Fairy attacked with her sword. The sword will turn into snowflakes. The sky was filled with sword-will white snow. As each snowflake fell, the Sky Fiend imps were immediately killed. Instantly, an empty space appeared in front of them. Go! Lon Kai Fairy broke the sneak attack of the Sky Fiend imps with her sword, buying them chance. Do it! Duanji waved his hand. The Saber sect disciples behind him moved. Capture them alive. Bloodlust Taoist also waved his hand. A group of demonic Chi subordinates swarmed up. Lon Kai Fairy, I heard that your ice snow sword technique is powerful. I'd like to experience it. Maybe I won't have the chance in the future. Lon Kai Fairy frowned. Wind and snow dance. Another attack. A white dragon roared. Everywhere it passed, the Sky Fiend imps were killed. Even from the Saber sect and the Thousand Demons sect, many disciples were killed. This attack showed Lon Kai Fairy's absolute power as a leader. It also bought her sisters enough time. Let's go together. Lon Kai Fairy is powerful. She's not someone we can take down in a short time. Let's save ourselves some trouble. Duanji frowned. He stepped out and attacked with his sword. The air was cracked open. Bloodlust Taoist laughed. Sure. Blood sky torrent. The blood-colored rainbow charged up. All kinds of howls and howls were heard. It was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Kai Fairy fought against two. At first, she had the upper hand. After a while, with the invasion of the blood-colored demonic chi, she was at a disadvantage. Two profound grandmasters at the peak against one. Of course, she would win. You're so despicable. Boom! With a sword will, Lan Kai Fairy was sent flying. Then, her chi and blood surged. She couldn't activate her spiritual ether. She glared at Bloodlust Taoist. Ha! The Divine Sword Sect now knows how despicable we demon sects are? Bloodlust Taoist said. Isn't the demon sex always despicable in your eyes? Since I'm going to take you back to be cauldrons, it's not our style if we don't be despicable. At this moment, the other female disciples were at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were captured. Seeing this, Duanji became vigilant against the Thousand Demons sect. Even he didn't know when the disciples of the Divine Sword sect had been attacked. Brother Duan, don't be nervous. Bloodlust Taoist smiled. We're partners. You don't have to worry about this. As for them, they have the bloodthirsty demonic chi, which is specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. I've learned something new. So this is the bloodthirsty demonic chi. Duanji had heard of this demonic art. It was specialized in suppressing spiritual ether. Once the spiritual ether was suppressed, there wouldn't be much combat power left. If Brother Duan joins our Thousand Demons sect, you can immediately learn the bloodthirsty demonic chi. Bloodlust Taoist didn't forget to develop the disciples of the sect. There's no need for that. I prefer to stay in the Saber sect. The demon sects aren't suitable for me. Fairy Lan Kai's expression changed. She had been unknowingly infected by the bloodthirsty demonic chi. It would be impossible for her to break free in a short period of time. Would she really end up in their hands and become a cauldron for the Thousand Demons sect? Absolutely not. Body, self-destruction. If it was one-on-one, she would have a chance to block them. But now that her spiritual ether was suppressed, the situation was terrible. Body self-destruction was her only chance. As long as her primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, her body wouldn't die. Fairy Lan Kai didn't expect that she would be forced into such a situation. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to recover in 100 years. In order to fight for time, she could only go all out. Fairy Lan Kai, you're the best cauldron here. If I offer you to the Elder, he'll be happy. I'll be able to become a deacon. Bloodlust Taoist licked his lips and grabbed down with his huge bloody hand. Stop struggling. Just obediently become a cauldron? The scene of victory seemed to appear in front of Bloodlust Taoist, a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, a rank 1 sect. Every female disciple was a good cauldron, especially the one before him. If he didn't have to offer her up, Bloodlust Taoist wouldn't mind becoming his own cultivation cauldron. He might even make use of this cauldron. He could push his Mystique Grandmaster Great Perfection ability to Mystique Venerable rank. As the huge bloody hand grabbed down, Fairy Lan Kai felt powerless. She gritted her teeth and prepared to self-destruct. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect is here. Who dares to make a move? A sword intent swept over, and the huge bloody hand was instantly split into two. Fairy Lan Kai's dangerous situation was instantly resolved. The second sword intent attacked again. At that moment, the world seemed to quiet down. Everyone was shocked. This was clearly a sword intent that could only be unleashed when one's ability reached an extremely terrifying level. Since when did the Divine Sword sect have such a powerful genius? Chapter 434. The senior brother is here. That's great. We're saved. I wonder which senior brother is here. He looks very powerful. The female disciple who was at a disadvantage sighed in relief when she saw this scene. She was no longer as lifeless as before. Fairy Lan Kai was also surprised, then puzzled. What a powerful sword intent. It doesn't seem like an ordinary sword intent, but it makes me feel a sense of danger. What kind of sword intent is this? And which senior brother is here to help? Bloodthirsty armor. Before the second sword, bloodthirsty Taoist's eyebrows twitched. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody mist that enveloped his body, revealing his eyes. It was a rank 5 armor. The sword flashed. Crack! Cracks appeared on the bloodthirsty battle armor of the 5th grade. A rank 5 armor that could withstand a mystique, venerable fighter's attack lost its effect under this sword intent. Bang! Bloodthirsty Taoist exploded. Bloodthirsty Taoist is dead. Duan Ji's pupils contracted. Bloodthirsty Taoist, who was at the same level, was killed with a single sword. Retreat. Seeing that bloodthirsty Taoist was killed with a single sword, a master must have come from the divine swordsman's gate. He cursed his subordinates in his heart for being a bunch of good-for-nothings. They cannot even complete a simple task. He could not accept this. He was about to succeed. With bloodthirsty Taoist's death, the bloodthirsty demonic aura lost its effect. Moreover, there was a mysterious master. Duan Ji had no chance of taking him down. Just the mysterious master alone was enough to give him a headache. Leaving was the best choice, even if it was with reluctance. Who said you could leave? A figure walked out of thin air. The cold voice sent chills down everyone's spines. The black sword flashed again. The Saber Sect disciples who were trying to escape were instantly killed. In front of this sword intent, they were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the ability to resist. It was a one-sided situation. The sword flashes intertwined, accompanied by the aura of death. Senior Sister Lan Kai, do you know this senior brother? A junior sister asked with a puzzled expression. She did not know this senior brother in front of her. He was a complete stranger. Fairy Lan Kai had thought that this person should be a senior brother that she knew. She knew that she could not kill Taoist bloodlust with one strike. However, this senior brother in front of her had killed Taoist bloodlust with one strike. There seemed to be only a few senior brothers at this level. On the contrary, he didn't recognize her anymore, revealing a rare sense of bewilderment. I don't know him. Maybe he is that senior brother who is cultivating. Fairy Lan Kai thought about it. That was the only explanation. Good kill, senior brother. The people from the Saber Sect are too hateful. Seeing the Saber Sect and 10,000 Demon Sect disciples being killed one by one, the enraged girls shouted and cheered. Teleportation talisman. Duan Ji's scalp went numb. Their strength was not bad, but in front of this person, it was as if they were slaughtering chickens and sheep. This was really beyond imagination. He immediately used the teleportation talisman to fight for a chance to escape. After activating the teleportation talisman, a white dot appeared. It pierced through the void and hit him directly. The expression on his face froze in an instant. What a domineering sword intent. Bang! Duan Ji's body was torn apart. 2 Mystic Sect full circle elites were killed just like that. The 10,000 Demon Sect disciples and the Saber Sect disciples panicked and did not know where to go. In a short while, all of them were dead. No one escaped. Senior Sister Lan Kai, are you okay? Green butterfly flew up. Fairy Lan Kai asked the senior brothers of the Sword God Sect, and she had an understanding of almost all of them, especially the powerful ones. She had never heard of anyone with such a terrifying sword intent. Even she felt great pressure and danger from the remnant sword intent aura, but she couldn't think of anything. Green butterfly, he is Lin Fei, a disciple of the Sword God Sect, and also a core disciple. Fortunately, junior brother Lin Fei helped, or I wouldn't be able to see you. Green butterfly told them the details of what happened on the way. What? Junior brother Lin Fei is new? Fairy Lan Kai suddenly understood. No wonder you don't know him. I didn't expect there to be another genius among the core disciples. At this moment, Lin Fei packed up his spoils and flew over. Greetings, Fairy Lan Kai. Lin Fei was very courteous. A strange look flashed in Fairy Lan Kai's eyes. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei, for helping us. I thank you on behalf of my junior sisters. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all have been killed. Lin Fei chuckled. You and I are both disciples of the Sword God Sect. It's natural for us to help each other. Moreover, the Saber Sect disciples colluded with outsiders, so they should be killed. Fairy Lan Kai had a good impression of Lin Fei. Although his realm was not high, He was strong and did not have the arrogance of ordinary core disciples. It was rare in the Sword God sect. Usually, all the core disciples she met were arrogant and high-spirited. Core disciples like Lin Fei were very rare. Junior brother, you just killed them and caused a big commotion. Let's leave here first. Fairy Lan Kai was indeed a woman. She attached great importance to this aspect. After cleaning up, the group left the call, leaving behind many corpses. They only slowed down when they were hundreds of thousands of miles away. They were safe and would not be targeted. Junior brother, may I know who your master is? Fairy Lan Kai and Lin Fei walked side by side. Lin Fei said, embarrassedly, I just joined the Sword God sect recently. I don't have a master yet. Fairy Lan Kai was surprised. Typically, core disciples would have a master. Such situations were very rare. It was impossible for there to be a mistake. The only possibility was that this junior brother was very talented and the higher-ups had not made a choice. Fairy Lan Kai's impression of him deepened. She had to investigate this junior brother Lin Fei when she returned. He was such a talented disciple, yet she did not know him. Then I have to congratulate you, junior brother. Fairy Lan Kai chuckled. I believe with your strength, you will definitely become a hidden elder or a master. Lin Fei did not think much of it. What was a hidden elder? An itinerant immortal patriarch would probably fight to be his master. Of course, Lin Fei would not say these words out loud. If he did, he would probably give them a huge fright. By the way, it should be junior brother Lin Fei's first time coming to the Sky Fiend Kingdom. You are unfamiliar with the place and people. If you are here to collect Sky Fiend grievances, you can come with us. Fairy Lan Kai extended an invitation. Lin Fei politely refused. Thank you for senior apprentice sister's good intentions. Junior apprentice brother appreciates it. I came to the Heavenly Demon Kingdom alone in order to train myself. If senior apprentice sister really wants to help me, I wonder if you could do me a small favor? Fairy Lan Kai was not unhappy. She chuckled. Junior brother, feel free to speak your mind, as long as I know it. I wonder if senior sister knows where there are weak Sky Fiend Kings? If it were an ordinary person, Lin Fei would not have asked. Chapter 435. Heavenly Demon King. Fairy Basket Kai was clearly stunned. She did not expect him to ask such a question. Then, she looked surprised. Junior brother, are you thinking of killing the Heavenly Demon King? Once the thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Shock, shock. Lin Fei nodded. I won't hide it from senior sister. This time, junior brother came to the Heavenly Devil Nation to collect the Heavenly Devil Resentment Aura. Killing the Heavenly Devil King is the main goal. Because it's my first time here, I don't know much about the Heavenly Devil King. Please tell me, do you know that the weakest Heavenly Demon King is a mystique, venerable rank, great perfection? Even that is not something you and I can handle. Fairy Basket Kai felt that it was necessary to dispel the thought. After a Heavenly Demon King becomes a Heavenly Demon King, it will produce a Heavenly Demon Magnetic Field. Within the magnetic field, the Heavenly Demon King is invincible. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon King's ability will also be activated. The transition between nothingness and reality will make it very difficult to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Many disciples have died in the face of the Heavenly Demon King. Senior sister, I don't recommend you to kill the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei was very strong, but Fairy Basket Kai was still worried. The Heavenly Demon King was too powerful. Many geniuses had tried to kill the Heavenly Demon King, but very few succeeded. Most of them were killed by the Heavenly Demon King, or they were defeated and injured. Is the Heavenly Demon King so difficult to deal with? Lin Fei frowned. The transition between nothingness and reality is not easy to deal with. This ability is really impressive. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this from Fairy Basket Kai. It was very useful to him. The records in the manual were not as good as what Fairy Basket Kai said. If he really acted rashly, he would be at a disadvantage. The transition between nothingness and reality would turn from an attack to endless danger at critical moments. He had to pay attention to this. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Lin Fei was very grateful. However, the Heavenly Demon King is very important to me. No matter what, I have to try. If it was someone else, Fairy Basket Kai would not have asked. However, Fairy Basket Kai had a good impression of this junior brother Lin Fei in front of her. She did not want to die at the Heavenly Demon King's hands. Moreover, he had helped her out, so she would definitely help him. Junior brother Lin Fei had a good future. Just this favor alone was something he had to repay. Junior brother, must you kill the Heavenly Devil King? Yes, this is very important to me. Lin Fei nodded. He still needed the Heaven Demon King for the next level up mission. If he did not kill the Heaven Demon King, it would have a huge impact. After entering the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei immediately felt pressured. The key was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Junior brother, if you must go, there's a place you can go. 10 months ago, a Heavenly Demon King was injured by someone and is now hiding in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. It seems like it hasn't been killed yet. Junior brother, you can go and try your luck. That Heavenly Demon King's strength is around mystique, venerable rank, great perfection. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a look of joy. If there was a place to find the Heaven Demon King, everything would be fine. What he was most afraid of was not knowing where he was. Many thanks, senior sister. This is the map of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It should be useful to you. Fairy Lon Kai took out a map. However, you have to be careful when you go there. Recently, many people have been looking for that injured Heavenly Devil King. They have set their sights on it. I will. Lin Fei nodded. I'm not a reckless person. If I'm really no match for them, I'll naturally leave. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. Besides, with my strength, I'm confident that I can leave. Fairy Lon Kai gave him a few more reminders, especially the situation of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Lin Fei listened very carefully and had a rough idea of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. He was not completely clueless about it. Junior brother, if you come out of the Heavenly Devil Nation, you must visit my Sword Peak. I definitely will. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and headed toward the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Senior sister, the Heavenly Devil battlefield is filled with danger. Why did you let him go? Lu Dai did not understand and could not help but ask. Our little Lu Dai, when did you start to worry about people? Fairy Lon Kai chuckled. Don't worry. Junior brother Lin Fei is no ordinary junior brother. Where have you seen him kill mystique, venerable rank, great perfection as easily as killing a chicken? At least, I haven't. Excluding those top-notch senior brothers, junior brother Lin Fei might not be in danger this time. This was her intuition. At the same time, in the mountain valley, several figures appeared, and the corpse was found. Junior brother Duan Ji should be dead. Damn, is there even a need to say that? With such a strong sword intent, it would be unreasonable if he didn't die. Shut up. The leading black-robed man snorted. The people behind him shrunk their necks, and all quieted down. They knew that once their senior brother got angry, they would be the unlucky ones. When did such an expert appear in the Sword God sect? Junior brother Duan Ji is a mystique, venerable rank, great perfection. How could he die so miserably? Li Yifeng's eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake in the dark, and there was a flash of disdain. A guy who can't accomplish anything but spoils everything. Duan Ji was one of Li Yifeng's subordinates. This mission was arranged by Li Yifeng. He did not expect the result to be like this. It was disappointing. Not only did he not kill Duan Ji, but he also died. Disappointed, very disappointed. Why did he find that stupid pig to complete the mission? Senior brother, what should we do now? Li Yifeng was very disappointed in Duan Ji. Since things were already like this, and he was already dead, there was nothing to be nervous about. Duan Ji is no longer a disciple of our Sword God sect. He was kicked out of the sect a month ago. Everyone, remember this clearly. Remember it clearly. Understood. Li Yifeng was very satisfied. Originally, I wanted to complete the mission given by the higher-ups. Now, it seems like I can only complete another mission. Li Yifeng frowned. The Sword God sect disciples must be on guard. It will not be easy to continue. It seems like we can only capture the Heaven Demon King alive. It is all Duan Ji's fault. He can't even do such a small thing. It is said that there is an injured Heaven Demon King in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Our next mission is to capture the Heaven Demon King alive. Do you understand? Understood. Under the dusky sky, Lin Fei walked at a steady pace. His target was naturally the heavenly demon battlefield. I hope that the heavenly demon battlefield will not disappoint me. Then he smiled. Senior Sister Lan Kai would not lie to me. If I am lucky, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It didn't mean anything to others. Each time Lin Fei advanced a realm, he would be able to accommodate more true yuan. His combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. This injured Heaven Demon King had already become Lin Fei's target. He didn't allow anyone to fight for it. Otherwise, they would be his enemy. Selfish? Of course not. This was the world of the fist. Whoever had the bigger fist would control everything. Awake? Lin Fei's face revealed a happy expression. The little thing that had been sleeping had actually woken up. Since the last time it swallowed a large amount of food, the little thing had been in a deep sleep. If it wasn't for everything being normal, Lin Fei would have suspected that there was a problem. When the little thing was released from the space, he didn't notice any big changes. Instead, it became much fatter and became something like a meatball. Little thing, you are indeed a foodie. If you continue to eat like this, you will definitely become a big hairball in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. A space-mutated beast, a fat big hairball? Lin Fei really found it difficult to connect the two together. Even outsiders couldn't connect the two together. Every mutated beast was awe-inspiring. How could it be as cute as this little thing? If Lin Fei didn't know its identity, he would have thought that it was just acting cute. It's quite uncomfortable to keep calling you little thing. I might as well call you hairball in the future. Who asked you to be a foodie? Lin Fei had an idea and finally came up with a name for the little thing. Hairball, big hairball, it was quite a nice name. Hairball, what is hairball? Just as Lin Fei was feeling proud, a sudden sound surprised Lin Fei. His gaze moved and finally landed on Hairball. You can speak? Jing Gang could speak. That was because Lin Fei had used his points to buy the medicinal pills. But how did Hairball know how to speak? At this time, Hairball blinked. I don't know either. When I woke up, there were a lot of memories in my mind, and then I could speak. Hairball was very innocent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, as if he understood what was going on. Fragments of memories appeared in the depths of his memory, and among them, there was a situation like this. Inherited memories? Lin Fei was shocked. Space-mutated beasts were rare to begin with. Now that the inherited memories had appeared, Furball was just too awesome. Mutated beasts could be very awesome, but they might not necessarily have inherited memories. Generally speaking, those who could inherit memories were definitely very awesome existences. Mutated beasts that could inherit memories existed in ancient times and were passed down generation after generation. But no matter how Hairball looked at it, it didn't feel that Hairball was awesome. In any case, it was just a foodie. Then do you know what you are? Lin Fei knew that he had picked up a treasure. It wasn't a waste to snatch Hairball back then. Its background should be not small. Space-mutated beasts with inherited memories. If the powerhouses outside knew about it, they would probably break their heads to fight for it. There would definitely be a bloody storm. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Hairball thought for a moment. I remember that I am called Primordial Evil Dragon. Primordial Evil Dragon? Lin Fei blinked and looked up and down. The name is very impressive, but you don't look that domineering. Could it be a fake? Lin Fei maliciously guessed in his heart. If it was any other name, Lin Fei wouldn't have any doubts. But this name was so domineering and imposing. It didn't seem to be suitable for a foodie. What kind of inherited memories did you get? Lin Fei was very curious. Inherited memories were memories that were accumulated from generation to generation. Even if one didn't know anything, with these inherited memories, they would immediately have a huge memory. There could be many things in this inherited memory, including cultivation techniques and all kinds of memories. Eat. Lin Fei almost fell. Inherited memories were actually about eating? Is there a mistake? Is this also an inherited memory? Chapter 436. Hairball was a foodie. After a long time, Lin Fei came to his own conclusion. Other than a foodie, there was no adjective that could describe Hairball. However, this foodie was not ordinary. From an inherited memory, the goal of a foodie had always been to eat. She would eat nonstop, even if it was a sky immortal. The age of Hairball, who had opened the inherited memory, did not change because of the memory that appeared out of nowhere. She looked about 8 or 9 years old. The sentence that hung on her lips was, "I will eat." If Hairball was not a dimensional beast, Lin Fei would really think of her as a foodie. On the way, the heavenly demon imps became the best food for Hairball. After the deep sleep and opening the inherited memory, Hairball's ability increased greatly, but it was limited to eating. The heavenly demon imps became delicious food and were eaten in a flash. The originally boring journey became easy to kill time with Hairball. Heavenly Demon Battlefield. The place where the humans and the heavenly demons fought back then became the Heavenly Demon Battlefield over time. There are no treasures here as imagined by the outside world. This place was the ruins of a town, and there were countless stone forests. At first glance, it seemed completely silent, like a ghost town. Maybe it was the resentment of the heavenly demons left back then, or maybe it was some other reason, but this place had become the gathering place of the heavenly demons. There were countless of them. Usually, these heavenly demons did not go out and lurked in the ruins. If someone appeared, then congratulations, they had hit the jackpot. They would definitely be possessed by the heavenly demon and become a humanoid puppet. Usually, very few people came back to the heavenly demon battlefield because it was too dangerous. Unless it was a special situation, they rarely came. Once they were trapped, it was very rare for them to escape. The heavenly demon battlefield had also become a dangerous place. In the heavenly demon kingdom, it was considered a famous place. Danger was one thing. The benefits were also obvious. Because of the large number of heavenly demons gathered here, if you had the strength and courage, you could totally kill the heavenly demon generals and the heavenly demon marshals and obtain the heavenly demon stones. This place is really dangerous. Lin Fei concealed his aura and wandered in the darkness. In his field of vision was a stretch of ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see. All sorts of flute sounds rang out continuously, constantly attacking one's heart. If one's heart was not strong enough, it was inevitable that a flaw would appear under the long whistle, allowing the heavenly demon to take advantage of it. Apart from the rubble, there were also pale-faced corpses wandering in the darkness. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and smile savagely. They were the puppets possessed by the heavenly demon imps. This place is a bit big. I wonder where the heavenly demon king is hiding. Lin Fei frowned. The heavenly fiend battlefield was too big, and there were countless heavenly fiend imps. Even if Lin Fei was powerful, facing the endless heavenly fiend imps, he would feel his scalp tingle. His scalp went numb. After a short rest, Lin Fei activated Darkness Stealth and snuck into the heavenly fiend battlefield. The heavenly demon puppets seemed to be lethargic as they slowly moved about. However, in reality, the ruthlessness in their eyes was far from what one would normally see. Lin Fei moved at full speed. Like a spear in the wind, he dodged the heavenly demons one by one, moving deeper and deeper. Sky Demon General, Sky Demon General. As he kept moving, Lin Fei saw more and more high-level heavenly demons. If it wasn't to find the heavenly demon king, he might have to hunt them down. It was all experience points. After half an hour, he didn't find anything. After an hour, he still didn't find anything. After 20 hours, he still didn't find anything. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had come in, but it must be hundreds of thousands of miles. He didn't even see the shadow of the heavenly demon king. Damn it, could it be that the heavenly demon king left? Lin Fei stopped beneath a pile of rubble, frowning in thought. The heavenly fiend battlefield is known as the gathering place of the heavenly demons. The heavenly demon king is injured and has no possibility of leaving. He must still be in the heavenly fiend battlefield. I don't believe it. I can't find this guy. Lin Fei decided to waste time here. He would not stop until he found the heavenly demon king. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Fei wandered in the heavenly fiend battlefield, almost turning over a large area, but there was still no trace of the heavenly demon king. It was as if the heavenly demon king had disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's state of mind gradually calmed down. It was a fact that the Heavenly Demon King was not easy to find. Let's search for another 3 days. If it doesn't work, I'll just hunt the high-level heavenly demons in this place so that I don't have to look for high-level heavenly demons everywhere. The heavenly fiend battlefield was worthy of being the gathering place of the heavenly demons. The high-level heavenly demons were almost gathered together. If not for Lin Fei's dark sneaking, which could avoid the detection of the heavenly demons, no one would dare to rush into the heavenly fiend battlefield. Just these densely packed heavenly demons alone were enough to make one panic and lose their way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 shadows passed by not far away. Although their whereabouts were very secretive and almost hard to detect, Lin Fei still noticed them. Lin Fei raised his brows. There are people appearing in this place? Could it be that they came for the Heavenly Demon King? The first thought that came to his mind was the Heavenly Demon King. Fairy Lon Kai knew that the Heavenly Demon King was hiding in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield, so other people must also know. Maybe these people came for the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei decided to follow them and take a look. He didn't lack time. If they knew the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, it would save him the trouble of looking for him. Big brother, is the Heavenly Demon King really in the underground world? There won't be any mistake, right? The 3 people in front had similar appearances. They seemed to be 3 brothers. Third brother, don't worry. The Heavenly Demon King is definitely in the underground world. Luda Dao said. This news was personally passed down by the Divine Sword Prince. As long as we capture the Heavenly Demon King alive and complete this mission, we will have enough points to exchange for a heaven-rank mystic technique and increase our strength. The Divine Sword Prince is truly powerful. Other people don't know the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King, but in his eyes, the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon King can't be hidden. Lu Er said with a smile. His eyes were filled with worship. Is there still a need to say it? The Divine Sword Prince is the #1 expert of our Divine Sword sect. It is our luck that we can join the Divine Sword sect. It is said that the Divine Sword Prince will be the next sect master successor of our Divine Sword sect. Lu Er said mysteriously. If that day really comes, our Divine Sword sect will be able to walk unhindered in the Divine Sword sect. We won't be restricted anymore. They were very at ease. They chatted without any precaution and were not afraid of others listening in. This was the Heavenly Demon battlefield. If they didn't have a treasure that could avoid the detection of the Heavenly Demon, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Even if outsiders could come in, they wouldn't be able to reach their level. Divine Sword Prince, Divine Sword Sect? In the darkness behind, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect these 3 people to be members of the Divine Sword Sect. From the looks of it, they seem to be following orders. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon King is useful to that Divine Sword Prince? Lin Fei couldn't figure it out, and he wouldn't think about it. The only thing that made him happy was that there was a clue about the Heavenly Demon King. Chapter 437. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs. Feiyong, Su Ming Si, Divine Emperor Hao Tian, and Hueds for their tips. Lin Fei was quite clear about the underground world. On the map that Fairy Lon Kai gave him, there was a note about the underground world. As the name suggested, the underground world was naturally the underground world under the Heavenly Demon battlefield. It was also an extremely vast place. Where did the Heavenly Demons come from? They were born in the underground world, and when they grew to a certain strength, they would start to come to the surface from the underground world. All the Heavenly Demons outside the Heavenly Demon Kingdom came from the underground world. The entrance to the underground world was usually very difficult to find, and very few people knew its exact location. This was also why Lin Fei neglected this place. He knew about the underground world, but he didn't know its exact location. Lin Fei also didn't think about finding the passage to the underground world. It was very difficult to find a passage in such a vast place. If not for their words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about this place. It turned out that the Heavenly Demon King was hiding in the underground world under the surface. The underground world under the Heavenly Demon Kingdom was much more dangerous than the outside world. The Heavenly Demon Kingdom was very big. The underground world was also not inferior to the surface. More importantly, there were countless heavenly demons in the underground world, and their number was several times that of the surface. Very few people dared to enter the underground world. This was especially so since they did not know about the entrance to the underground world. Very few people would search for the entrance to the underground world. The heavenly demons on the surface were enough of a headache. So who would be stupid enough to go underground? This was the same logic as hanging oneself and having a death wish. Looking at their appearance, they clearly know the underground world very well. As expected of the Sword God Society, they can even gather this kind of information. If not for them leading the way, I might not have found the Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei had been searching for the past few days. He turned over the Heavenly Demon battlefield several times, but he still couldn't find any clues. So it turned out that the Heavenly Demon King went underground. This time, young Master Sword God specially ordered us to capture the Heavenly Demon King for Fairy Mingyu's cultivation. He really dotes on Fairy Mingyu to the heavens. Lucen didn't know that someone was tailing him and said with a smile, Why don't you think about what kind of person Fairy Mingyu is? She is the reincarnation of an immortal, a true immortal. She was born with a rare constitution, so it would be easy for her to become an immortal again. Second, Lu chuckled. Who doesn't know that young Master Sword Divinity likes Fairy Mingyu? Even though Fairy Mingyu didn't agree to it, young Master Sword Divinity has long treated her as his exclusive property. Look, Fairy Mingyu is lacking alchemy materials and immediately asked us to help her. In my next life, I hope that I will be reincarnated as a woman. If I have the same abilities as Fairy Mingyu, I will be satisfied. Second brother, wake up. We don't even know if we can reincarnate. Eldest Lu laughed heartily. Now we should properly complete this matter. With the treasure bestowed by young Master Sword God, capturing the Heavenly Demon King alive will be easy. Lin Fei, who was at the back, listened to every word. Fairy Mingyu? A reincarnated immortal? After searching through his memories, Lin Fei found information about Fairy Mingyu. After reading it, he was very surprised. So Fairy Mingyu is the big sister of the Pink Rose. Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder the Pink Rose can faintly contend with the Godly Swordsman Association. Lin Fei did not expect to hear such news. This young Master Sword Divinity really thought of himself as a playboy, but from his tone, it seemed that this young Master Sword Divinity had yet to win Fairy Mingyu's heart. Damn it, I don't care if you're pursuing Fairy Mingyu or not. This Heavenly Demon King belongs to me. I'll let you pick up girls. Now that he had found clues about the Heavenly Demon King, Lin Fei would not give up the item just like that, even if it was something that the #1 young powerhouse in the Godly Swordsman sect had taken a liking to. Lin Fei would never give up anything that was useful to him, not to mention that this was very important to him. It was the key to leveling up. Even if it required Lin Fei to commit murder and arson, he would not hesitate. Although these three were mystique venerable ones, it did not mean that they could not snatch the Heavenly Demon King. They were out in the open, while Lin Fei himself was in the dark. This was his biggest advantage. The passageway is right here. Eldest Lu and the other two appeared in a corner of an abandoned building. No matter how they looked at it, this place clearly had nothing to do with the underworld. Unfortunately, the passageway to the underworld was in this inconspicuous place. Even if one searched 100 times, they might not be able to find the passageway. There was nothing special about this place. It was very ordinary. Open, Eldest Lu's expression was solemn as he made a series of seals. A black passageway opened up in an inconspicuous place in front of them. Let's go. After it opened, the three of them entered the passageway. When they had all entered, the passageway returned to normal. What a mystical passageway. If it weren't for young Master Sword Divinity's guidance, we really wouldn't have known of such a place. Young Master Sword Divinity, you're so knowledgeable. How can you and I know of such a secret place? The underworld was as dark as the surface, but it was even more barren and desolate than the surface. At a glance, the heavenly demons were vast and mighty. They formed groups and blotted out the sky. Whoosh, a layer of black light appeared over the three of them. Their entire bodies blended into the darkness, leaving not a trace of aura, as if they had never been there. The heavenly demon king should be 10,000 miles to the east. Eldest Lu paused for a moment and went straight to the east. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they appeared 10,000 miles away, outside of a valley. The valley was quiet. The heavenly demons that were originally vast and mighty along the way had disappeared. It was as if this was a forbidden area where no heavenly demons could be seen. Be careful. The heavenly demon king is hiding in the valley. Once there's any disturbance, the heavenly demon king can immediately summon the heavenly demon army. You and I will definitely die. Eldest Lu reminded with an extremely solemn expression. Set up the formation. With young Master Sword Divinity's formation flags, we can quietly capture the heavenly demon king without letting the heavenly demons notice. Flags flew out one after another. Judging from the quality, this set of formation flags was not cheap. It would cost at least 20 to 30 million true essence crystals. Every time a formation flag fell, it completely blended into the ground. After a total of 81 formation flags fell, they surrounded the valley silently. The formation was set up. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, sealing God formation is finally set up. We can go in and do it. After the formation was set up, Eldest Lu let out a sigh of relief. He had nothing to worry about. In the underground world, heavenly demons gathered. It would be a lie to not be nervous, especially when they had to deal with the heavenly demon king. Even if they had the treasure bestowed by young Master Sword Divinity, if they alerted the heavenly demon king, even if they had the treasure, they would still fail. If they wanted to capture the heavenly demon king next time, it would be even more difficult. After the formation was set up, Eldest Lu finally calmed down. Now, all that was left was the capture. After a short rest, they rushed into the valley. Lin Fei came out from the darkness and looked at the valley that was trapped by the formation. 9 heavens, 10 earths, sealing God formation. It looks like an amazing formation. Lin Fei stared at the formation and frowned. Listening to their words, they seemed to have the confidence to capture the heavenly demon king alive. I will wait here. With the opponent's formation here, Lin Fei didn't want to rush in rashly. He might as well wait outside. Regardless of whether they captured the heavenly demon king or not, they had to come out from this place and go back the way they came. This set of formation flags also had to be taken back. After all, it was expensive and they wouldn't be so generous as to leave it behind. With regards to the Sword Divinity Assembly's young Master Sword Divinity, Lin Fei had another understanding. This person was very generous. If it wasn't for the various treasures along the way, they wouldn't have been able to come here so easily. Even if it was Lin Fei himself who activated Darkness Sneak, he had to be very careful and was almost seen through several times. Lin Fei once again sneaked into the darkness and stared at the valley in front of him. He didn't dare to relax. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Inside the valley, it was completely silent, as if nothing had happened. Of course, Lin Fei didn't think that nothing had happened inside. This was just a smokescreen left by the formation on the outside. In fact, there was definitely a lot of movement inside. From this, it could be seen that this 9 heavens, 10 earths sealing God formation was a very impressive formation. With such a battle, there wasn't even the slightest sound outside. It was as silent as before. Lin Fei also calmed down. With such a formation, the heavenly demon king wouldn't be able to escape the misfortune of being captured. I really hope that you guys fail. That way, I can take the opportunity to make a move and save myself some trouble. Another half an hour passed. There was movement in the formation. Lin Fei's eyes flickered. Obviously, they had succeeded. He activated Darkness Sneak and quietly moved over. Damn, this heavenly demon king is so powerful. Lu San was the first to come out. His face was a little pale as he had consumed a lot of true essence. Fortunately, we have a formation that trapped the heavenly demon king. Otherwise, we would be the unlucky ones. I didn't expect this to be a profound sage, initial stage heavenly demon king. Big Lu was also exhausted of Jin Yuan. He was holding a jade bottle with a seal on it. His face was filled with relief. We have finally captured the Heavenly Demon King. I didn't expect that after this Heavenly Demon King was injured, its strength increased by another level. Fortunately, we used a formation to trap it, but it still took almost 6 hours. Big Lou heaved a sigh of relief. Let's rest first and recover our Jun Yuan before leaving this place. They were very at ease with their surroundings and weren't worried that someone would appear. They had relied on treasures to come here, but outsiders might not necessarily be able to, unless the other party also had a treasure that could avoid the Heavenly Demon's pursuit. This possibility was very small. Therefore, they were very relieved. Second Lou and third Lou quickly sat down and took out medicinal pellets to recover Jin Yuan. In order to capture the Heavenly Demon King, they had consumed a lot of Jin Yuan and needed to recover in time. The underground world was too dangerous. Big Lou held the jade bottle and was ready to put it away. After they recovered their Jin Yuan, they would immediately leave this damned place. They didn't want to stay any longer. Their minds also relaxed at this moment. Lin Fei also made his move at this moment. God kill. Punishment Lance. Chapter 438. Ambush. The moment eldest Lou relaxed, he did not expect someone to ambush and kill him, especially at such a close distance. Sky flipping palm. At the crucial moment, eldest Lou slammed his palm. The five-fingered mountain condensed from true essence smashed down from the sky, blocking in front of him in an attempt to block this attack. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Eldest Lou knew that as long as he blocked the opponent's fierce attack, his second and third brothers would attack together to teach the opponent a lesson. The God-Slain technique first shook the primordial spirit. The retreating eldest Lou's figure was unstable and his primordial spirit was injured. Second Lou and third Lou, who had been meditating to recover true essence, were interrupted. They flew into a rage and smashed 2 upper-grade true artifacts. 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Fei did not panic and blocked each attack. The punishment spear blasted over. Boom! The five-fingered mountain was blasted open and was forcibly lifted out by the punishment spear. Divine abilities from the era of gods and demons were not that easy to block. Eldest Lou's eyebrows twitched. Even though it was a casual attack to buy him an opportunity, it was still a mystique venerable rank attack. The opponent actually blocked it and seemed to easily break through his attack. The opponent was a mystique venerable rank powerhouse. In a short time, Lin Fei had already arrived. 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 true artifacts smashed onto the opponent's body and sent him flying. Lin Fei's attack was fierce to begin with, and the speed was also fast, catching eldest Lou by surprise. Crash! The pristine jade bottle in his hand flew out. Eldest Lou's expression changed. Oh no! This person wants to steal the Heavenly Demon King. Second Lou and third Lou came to their senses and immediately rushed toward the pristine jade bottle. In the darkness, a black shadow darted out and snatched the pristine jade bottle, immediately escaping into the void, 1 step ahead of them. The Heavenly Demon King they had painstakingly captured was snatched away just like that. The 2 of them were furious. When they turned back, the person had already left. Big brother, what do we do? From a moment the opponent attacked, eldest Lou thought that he was coming for him and ignored the item in his hand. In the end, the opponent succeeded and all his efforts were in vain. Eldest Lou's face darkened. We made a mistake. We didn't think that someone would be able to follow us all this time without us noticing at all. Once we made our move, the heavenly demons were already heading this way. Let's return to the surface first and then inform the young master. At the mention of young master, the faces of the 3 were obviously filled with fear. Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? Awesome, too awesome. In a corner of the underground world, Lin Fei carefully wiped away the traces and laid down layers of erase. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. From the moment he made his move, Lin Fei had never thought of killing the other party. However, the other party might not know it and instinctively thought that Lin Fei wanted to kill him. Lin Fei's little scheme succeeded. The pristine jade bottle was Lin Fei's goal. Caught off guard, Luda instinctively thought that the other party wanted to kill him. In his haste to face the other party head-on, he subconsciously neglected some important things. This was Lin Fei's purpose. The pristine jade bottle was also successfully obtained. An early-stage, profound sage, heavenly demon king. Even if I personally make a move, I might not be able to take him down. With the heavenly demon king, my mission can finally be completed, and my realm can also step into the profound ancestor realm. Lin Fei took the pristine jade bottle and prepared to kill the heavenly demon king to complete his mission. Master, you must let me eat the heavenly demon king's corpse later. Hairball licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. In the end, the one who snatched the pristine jade bottle was Hairball. Her ability to travel through the void was unparalleled. Others could forget about snatching the pristine jade bottle from Hairball's mouth. No problem, I guarantee that you will eat to your heart's content. Lin Fei's mission was to kill the heavenly demon king. As for the corpse, it was completely useless. It would be better to give it to Hairball as a tonic. After all, Hairball inherited eating. When the amount of food she ate reached a certain level, she could cultivate the divine ability of the ancient evil dragon clan. But the premise was that she had to eat to her heart's content. An early-stage, profound, sage, heavenly demon king was truly a good thing. When Lin Fei was about to kill the heavenly demon king, the system's voice came, causing his face to change, followed by a look of joy. Damn, there's such a good thing. My promotion mission is completed? It turned out that the system was reminding Lin Fei that he had successfully completed the realm mission. A warm and familiar feeling rose from his heart once again. This was clearly the promotion mission. He had reached the profound ancestor realm. Lin Fei felt that it was inconceivable. So there was such a small detail in completing the mission. Killing the heavenly demon king was naturally completing the mission. At this moment, the heavenly demon king was sealed in the pristine jade bottle, which was also equivalent to completing the mission. Lin Fei had never thought of such a small detail. If not for the system's reminder, he would not even know of such a trick. Congratulations, player, for completing the mission and successfully advancing to the profound ancestor realm. Reward: 50 million experience, 10 million points, 5 million energy. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a lottery ticket. Congratulations, player, for capturing a heavenly demon king. Do you want to spend 5 million points to tame the heavenly demon king? Lin Fei blinked his eyes. There's such a good thing. 5 million points could tame a heavenly demon king. This was equivalent to having a helper. A profound sage early stage heavenly demon king's combat power should not be at this level. Otherwise, they would not have spent 6 hours to capture the heavenly demon king. Last time when I fought with the scattered immortal old ancestor, I used up all my energy. Unless it's necessary, I must not waste my energy. If there was a profound sage early stage heavenly demon king by my side, it would be a good idea. 5 million points. Lin Fei did not feel any heartache and decided to tame a heavenly demon king. Taming heavenly demon king. Successfully deducted 5 million points, activating heavenly demon king taming. After a moment, the powerful system once again sent a reminder. Congratulations, player, for taming a heavenly demon king. Do you want to release it? Release it. Walala, a monstrous black fog filled the narrow space. Then, a 2-meter-tall little giant appeared out of thin air. All kinds of negative emotions kept breeding. I'll eat. Hairball did not care and activated the first divine ability from her inherited memory. Great Devour, her huge mouth opened and swallowed the unaware heavenly demon king in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. Delicious. Lin Fei jumped up and was drenched in cold sweat. Hairball, who allowed you to eat it? Spit out quickly. Hairball revealed a wronged expression. Didn't you promise to let me eat it? I'm really hungry. Lin Fei did not expect Hairball to be so powerful that she could eat a heavenly demon king in one gulp. This was an early stage, profound sage, heavenly demon king. Could you not be so heaven-defying? I won't eat this heavenly demon king, but the next one will be yours. Fortunately, Hairball was easily deceived and spat out the heavenly demon king. Oh, who dares to eat the great dark light king? I'll make you wish you were dead. Before he finished speaking, the Dark Light King was kicked away. You want me to wish I was dead? Chapter 439. Needless to say, Hairball's words were very intimidating. In the eyes of Hairball, the heavenly demon king was already her food. Although she was young, she knew what was good and bad with her inherited memory. Things that belonged to her had long been labeled. "Master, let me eat him." Hairball cried again, licking the corner of her mouth from time to time, as if she was drooling. She wanted to eat. She really wanted to eat. "You?" Obsidian didn't finish his words. After seeing the black-clothed boy, his face suddenly changed and lowered his noble head. "Master." Lin Fei snorted. "Didn't you make me wish I was dead just now? If I knew earlier, I would have let Hairball eat you." Obsidian's eyes turned again, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He pointed at Hairball. You are the ancient evil dragon. How could it be? Wasn't it exterminated?" That scary expression wasn't fake at all. Lin Fei was also surprised. The heavenly demon king knew the ancient evil dragon. It seemed that the ancient evil dragon's situation wasn't very good. Exterminated the roots? Obsidian was indeed frightened. Even if he was a heavenly demon king, his strength had advanced to the profound sage level. That fear came from the depths of his soul. Previously, he fought with a heavenly demon king for territory. As a result, he was chased all the way by the other party. He fled to the heavenly demon battlefield and came to the underground world to recuperate and restore his strength. Who would have thought that his luck would be bad and he would be besieged by 3 human powerhouses? After persisting for 3 hours, he finally fell into their hands because his injuries hadn't recovered. He thought that was it, but he inexplicably had an additional master in his mind. With his early profound sage strength and vast memory, he didn't know how to get rid of it. He was originally planning to find a chance to occupy the body of this inexplicable master. Once he came out, he experienced the edge of life and death. He encountered an ancient evil dragon, a legendary existence, the nemesis of heavenly demons. Ancient evil dragon, an existence that ate everything. It especially liked to eat heavenly demons. No one knew how many heavenly demon kings and heavenly demons had been eaten. The ancient evil dragon was the natural enemy of heavenly demons. Obsidian never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying existence. This was an existence that had been extinct for a long time, but it appeared in front of him now. That drooling expression made Obsidian feel fear. He could only feel that he had to hug his master's thigh tightly. "Master, I was wrong. Please don't let him eat me. I have old people and children to take care of. It's useless to eat me." Obsidian began to complain. "Shut up." Lin Fei had never seen such a shameless heavenly demon king. Cowardly, timid, hypocritical, thick-skinned, narrow-minded, and ruthless expressions appeared on the heavenly demon king. "I know that you heavenly demons are all cunning and scheming," Lin Fei said. "However, in front of me, you'd better keep your tricks to yourself." With a thought, Obsidian suddenly rolled on the ground. The pain that went deep into the soul and the constant loss of his soul finally made Obsidian's face change drastically. "Master, I was wrong. I don't dare to do anything anymore. Quickly stop. Your servant is going to die." Obsidian's head hit the ground and made a loud sound. Lin Fei saw the effect and stopped. "If you are honest, I won't do anything to you. However, if you have any bad intentions, I can't make you disappear with a thought or let Hairball eat you. I think Hairball will like it very much." Obsidian weakly lied on the ground. "I don't dare to do it anymore. I won't dare to do it again." After experiencing the pain once, Obsidian absolutely didn't want to experience it again. Most importantly, the ancient evil dragon next to him seemed to want to eat him all the time. Being eaten by an ancient evil dragon, Obsidian subconsciously shivered. Now, let's talk about the situation of the ancient evil dragon. After completing the task, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he wanted to hear about the situation of the ancient evil dragon. Obsidian no longer had the intention to resist. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul could definitely destroy his soul. The ancient evil dragon should just be an honest servant. When Lin Fei asked, Obsidian didn't dare to hide anything. He told everything about the ancient evil dragon from beginning to end without missing any details. I'm going to eat you. Hairball flew up and wanted to eat Obsidian angrily. Obsidian was scared out of his wits and desperately begged for mercy, fearing that he would be eaten. Hairball, don't eat him. After listening to the whole story of the ancient evil dragon, Lin Fei revealed a dignified expression. He put Hairball in his hand and comforted her. Hairball, don't be angry. Your ancient evil dragon tribe is the most powerful tribe. In the future, Master will bring you back to kill them one by one and eat them one by one to help you rebuild the glory of the ancient evil dragon tribe. The ancient evil dragons were very powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. They ate everything. The most powerful ancient evil dragon was said to be able to swallow a planet in one bite. They were invincible among the same rank. Since they were a powerful tribe, they aroused the dissatisfaction of the other major races. Thus, they united to annihilate the entire ancient evil dragon tribe. It was a vast war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. In the end, the major races paid a heavy price to wipe out the ancient evil dragon tribe. From then on, this powerful tribe no longer existed. Obsidian was shocked and fearful when he recognized the ancient evil dragon at first glance. The ancient evil dragon tribe still had descendants. As long as they grew up, they would definitely become a peerless overlord, a nightmare for all races. This was the ancient evil dragon that was born with the ability to travel through the void. It could be said that this was the true advantage of the ancient evil dragon. In the past, in order to kill the ancient evil dragon tribe, all the powerhouses joined forces and sealed the space. They barely managed to kill the powerhouses of this powerful tribe. A dignified heavenly demon king was eaten by its innate supernatural power. It was imaginable how terrifying the ancient evil dragon was. There was nothing wrong with not eating anything. Lin Fei didn't expect the ancient evil dragon to be so powerful that it could be killed by the joint forces of all races. How powerful was this? How terrifying was this? If it wasn't for fear, they would never join forces. They would not hesitate even if their vitality would be greatly damaged. How did you know? Our heavenly demon old ancestor also participated in the war. This was passed down by the only remaining old ancestor. How many of your old ancestors were there and how powerful they were? Lin Fei wanted to know the specifics. I remember that there were over 100 heavenly demon old ancestors. It was said that all of them were at the immortal emperor level. In the end, only one immortal emperor returned. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Over 100 immortal emperors, only one came back alive. Looking down at Hairball, Lin Fei found it hard to believe that the ancient evil dragon tribe was so powerful that everyone feared them. Master, try not to let Hairball use the void travel ability when you are outside. Once discovered, the other party must be killed. Once the news spreads, all the powerful forces will take action personally to prevent another ancient evil dragon from appearing. This is an order from the heavenly realm. They don't dare to disobey. My name is also not something you can say. Hairball was very angry and glared at him. Hairball, be good. Lin Fei comforted her again. Previously, he thought that spatial beasts were rare and didn't want to expose it. He didn't expect that Hairball's origin was so terrifying. If the ancient evil dragon tribe existed, Hairball would never wander to the Xintian continent and become an existence that people wanted to kill. It could be said that as long as Lin Fei took Hairball with him, it was equivalent to carrying a portable bomb that might explode at any time. Other people might give up this hot potato, but Lin Fei was different. He was a tough guy and would always be tough. Otherwise, he wouldn't take action against the scattered immortal old ancestor. Hairball, it's okay. Your master is here. When the time comes, I will kill as many as they come. I will let you eat until you are full. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. His eyes fell on Heavenly Demon King. You did well. This gaze also made Obsidian feel like a huge stone was hanging in his heart. I am really going to be unlucky for the rest of my life. An ancient evil dragon. I will definitely become a traitor of the tribe. My life is so bitter. At this moment, Obsidian had no intention of resisting before. This mysterious master was not someone he could kill at all. Even if he was the Heavenly Demon King, he was just a servant now. I must perform well Otherwise, this hairball will definitely eat me. Obsidian regretted. How did I offend this little ancestor just now? Maybe she is thinking about how to eat me. Obsidian didn't want to be eaten. It was better to live than to die. I must improve the relationship. Obsidian was worthy of being the heavenly demon king. His mind immediately moved. He was ready to flatter this little ancestor and save his life for the time being. If he made the other party unhappy and ate him, he might not even have a place to redress his grievances. He was not as important as the other party. If Lin Fei knew Obsidian's thoughts, he would definitely send a sentence. What a flattering guy. The high and mighty heavenly demon king quickly adapted to his position. After getting the specific information about Hairball, Lin Fei became more aware of the importance of strength. Let's see what good things are in the lottery first. Lin Fei was not afraid of Obsidian's thoughts, so he immersed himself in the lottery. The lottery was secondary. The important thing was that he could enter the Great Emperor Senfu. The eternal Great Emperor Senfu. At the Xian Great Sect level, he could get treasures. Lin Fei was very concerned about it. It was guaranteed that there were a lot of treasures. Boss Hairball, don't be angry. I know a place where there is a heavenly demon king who is injured like me. Obsidian saw his master went to a cave house next door, his eyes turned, and he began to flatter. After opening the lottery page, Lin Fei didn't remember to draw the lottery. The last two draws were one-time consumables, and their power was amazing enough. The only pity was that they were easily consumed and couldn't be used for a long time. This time, it was best to draw a permanent treasure. It was best to draw a real treasure with great power. Perhaps it was God's help. Most of the things in this lottery were permanent items. There was a superb real treasure among them. Start the lottery. Chapter 440. The large disc slowly rotated. Hua hua. Endless, countless shadows. It was so colorful that it was hard to tell where it would land. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. A permanent item would be fine. If only it was a flying sword. After becoming a sword immortal, Lin Fei's understanding of sword intent had greatly improved. He still had enough divine abilities and secret arts for now. This was especially so since he had grasped the 3,000 immortal arts, which was another powerful trump card that surpassed ordinary divine arts and secret arts. The roulette slowed down. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining exquisite grade upgrade stone. A silvery white stone appeared in the system space. Lin Fei used detect. Exquisite upgrade stone. If you integrate it into equipment, there's a chance to upgrade it by 1 to 5 grades. Lin Fei smiled. Good stuff, really good stuff. It could effectively raise one's rank by 5 ranks. There wasn't a second item better than this. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk with a thought. The killing sword flew out, glowing with a cold light. The intrinsic flying sword was a supreme grade, numinous treasure. Due to the difference in materials, its power was not inferior to that of a true treasure. After all, a spiritual treasure was not at the level of a true treasure, and its power was still lacking. Lin Fei beamed with joy at getting such a good item. If it increases by 1 grade, it will become an inferior grade true treasure. If it increases by 5 grades, it will become a peak grade true treasure. At that time, who will be able to block my sword? The higher the quality of the intrinsic flying sword, the more powerful it was. Level up killing sword. Lin Fei opened the system, and a huge furnace appeared on the page. He placed the equipment into the box with familiarity. Ding! Starting to upgrade the killing sword. Please wait for 1 hour. Lin Fei was in no hurry to upgrade his equipment. He closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He had reached the critical moment of leveling up. I wonder how many ranks I can raise. If Lin Fei said he wasn't looking forward to it, he would be lying. If he was lucky, his combat power would increase greatly. Ding! Killing sword has successfully leveled up. A scout was thrown in. Killing sword, a top-grade true treasure. It contains boundless killing intent, a great vicious weapon that is extremely dangerous. What? Top-grade true treasure. Lin Fei blinked his eyes in shock. A supreme grade true treasure. It was his first time upgrading his equipment, and it had gone up by 4 grades. Low-grade true treasures and peak-grade true treasures. Both were true treasures. In terms of power, 1,000 low-grade true treasures could not even compare to 1 peak-grade true treasure. In front of a peak-grade true treasure, all of these were just scrap metal. Haha, that's great. The killing sword appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Veritable essence energy poured in, and the killing chi turned into phantoms. Ferocious and ruthless auras surrounded the temporary residence. Obsidian, who was originally flattering Hairball, suddenly shuddered. What a sharp killing intent. Why does it make me feel a sense of danger? This mysterious master is truly frightening. I must quickly curry favor with Ancestor Hairball. Retracting the killing sword back into his body, Lin Fei revealed a rare look of joy. A peak-grade true treasure is indeed much more powerful. If it is used with my darkness stealth, I'm afraid that very few people will be able to block my sneak attacks. Lin Fei loved the upgraded killing sword so much that he could not bear to part with it. A peak-grade true treasure. More importantly, the killing sword was not just a peak-grade true treasure. It was a dark heaven spiritual treasure in his past life, the ultimate treasure of the Xintian continent. This time, Lin Fei was very satisfied with the lottery. His combat strength had increased from around early Mystique Venerable rank to late Mystique Venerable rank. A good true treasure greatly increased combat strength. Moreover, it had been refined into a natal flying sword. Lin Fei was also a famous sword immortal. His swordsmanship was stronger than the average person. Leaving Hairball outside, Lin Fei opened Senfu. He was very interested in the Eternal Emperor's treasure. Opening the passage, Lin Fei appeared directly in the Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Senior He Yao, your cultivation is quite fast. You've reached the Mystique Grandmaster level so quickly. A cloud of black mist appeared. He Yao appeared, looking a little surprised. Advancing from Mystique Sovereign to Mystique Grandmaster in a short period of 1 to 2 months. Very few people could do that. I can choose my treasure now, right? He Yao nodded. Your advancement to Mystique Grandmaster exceeded the expected time. You're qualified to enter the Hall of True Enlightenment. I wonder what this Hall of Enlightenment is. As the name suggests, the Hall of Enlightenment is a hall refined by the Eternal Emperor. Anyone who enters it can deepen their understanding of the Tao. For example, if you walk the path of the Sword Immortal Tao, you will have a deeper understanding of the Sword Immortal Tao if you enter the Hall of Enlightenment. Do you understand now? This opportunity is not available to just anyone. Lin Fei's brows were full of excitement. The Hall of Enlightenment. I didn't expect such a place to exist. My Sword Tao path has many flaws. If I can understand the Sword Tao here, it will be of great benefit to me. After understanding its use, Lin Fei looked forward to it. Please take me to the Hall of Enlightenment. There was no rush for treasures. They could not run away. In front of a large hall, in front of the Hall of Enlightenment, Lin Fei and He Yao appeared. At first glance, these 3 simple words contained a vast and boundless aura. It shocked Lin Fei, and he could not recover from his shock. Wake up! Following He Yao's shout, Lin Fei's body swayed, revealing a look of shock. It was as if he had fallen into an endless world. You've got guts. These 3 words were written by an eternal emperor, and they contain a boundless Tao within them. Most people would be intoxicated by them for the rest of their lives, just by looking at them. In the end, their fleshly bodies would rot away and they would die in meditation. Lin Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He had almost been in trouble. Thank you, Senior He Yao, for helping me. 3,000 worlds, 3,000 great Taos. You can walk any Tao. The Eternal Emperor comprehended thousands of great Taos. He was the overlord of the Eternal Emperors. When your strength increases, you will naturally understand the true essence of these 3 words. Lin Fei was shocked again. After using the devouring ability, he obtained Snake 7's memories. Many things that he did not know were now clear. Tao. First came the minor Tao. For example, the Tao of water, the Tao of fire, the Tao of ice. Mastering a minor Tao made one a decent expert. After the minor Tao was the great Tao. For example, the sword immortal Tao, the mad demon Tao, the puppet Tao. After the great Tao was the 3,000 great Taos. The eternal emperor had mastered thousands of the 3,000 great Taos. Anyone would be shocked. What kind of potential and talent was this? He was indeed the overlord of the eternal emperors. The three words Hall of Enlightenment contained countless minor Tao, great Taos, and the 3,000 great Taos. Lin Fei's strength was only at the mystique, venerable level. How could he emerge from the vast, great Taos? If He Yao did not intervene, Lin Fei would probably be lost within. Go in now, He Yao said. You have to be calm inside. It's best to stay for as long as possible the first time. It will be of great help to your sword immortal Tao. Thank you for the reminder, Senior He Yao. Lin Fei walked into the Hall of Enlightenment with his head held high. After he left, He Yao revealed a look of disdain. Chapter 441. What a comfortable aura. Walking into the Hall of True Enlightenment, a comfortable aura rippled from his heart. All 3,600 hairs on his body felt comfortable. It was so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. It was a comfort he had never felt before. All kinds of pressure and restraints seemed to disappear. Is this space? When Lin Fei raised his head, the vast space appeared beneath his feet. Around him, front, back, left, right, there were countless stars. Lin Fei did not expect that the place of enlightenment would be in the vast and most mysterious space of the universe. How vast was the universe? It was boundless and without end. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. His nervous heart gradually calmed down. His heart was as calm as still water. Paths appeared in the sky, moving back and forth. This is the water path. In the sky, a middle-aged man was demonstrating the water path. The continuous water path was sometimes ferocious, sometimes gentle, and sometimes continuous. He demonstrated the water path to its fullest. This was clearly the great accomplishment of the water path. Lin Fei realized the benefits of the Hall of True Enlightenment. This is the fire path. This is the earth path. Lin Fei looked around as he walked. The scenes were all sorts of paths, dazzling his eyes. After finding a place, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, feeling calm. When he entered the Hall of True Enlightenment, the Black Demon explained in detail how to gain enlightenment in the Hall of True Enlightenment. The Hall of True Enlightenment was a place for enlightenment. Lin Fei only needed to integrate himself into the Hall of True Enlightenment to gain enlightenment. When Lin Fei closed his eyes, a lotus flower appeared beneath him. The lotus leaves swayed, vivid and lifelike. Sometimes it wrapped around him, and sometimes it bloomed. Lin Fei began to gain enlightenment. Heavenly demonation. On a mountain peak, half of it had been cut off by someone's power. You three pieces of trash, how are you doing things? You can't even do such a small thing. Eldest Liu and the other two lowered their heads. Their expressions were ugly as they endured the torrent of abuse. They did not dare to open their mouths to talk back and were unbelievably well-behaved. There was no trace of the arrogance of a mystique venerable one. Young master gave you a task and gave you supreme treasures, yet you still messed it up. Go back and wait for young master's punishment. The newcomer was dressed in a red robe and had a scar on the left side of his face. When he scolded someone with a sullen face, he looked exceptionally ferocious. We are willing to be punished. Liu De and the other two shuddered visibly. As a member of the Sword God Union, it was inevitable that he would be punished for such an incident. Coming up from the underground world, eldest Liu immediately reported the news. As for what the punishment would be, they might not know. Before this matter is resolved, all of you must stay here and atone for your crimes, the red-robed man continued. This red-robed man was an expert sent by the Sword God Society. He had the status of a Hall Master in the Sword God Society. From this, it could be seen how important this matter was to the higher-ups. In the Sword God Society, the hierarchy was divided into outer members, inner members, followed by deacons who were considered to have some status. Then came the branch masters, followed by the hall masters, guardians, and elders. At this moment, the arrangement of a hall master 2 branch masters, 5 deacons, and a small team of 100 people was very important to this matter. Upon hearing this, eldest Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It was enough to atone for his crimes. No matter who that person is, anyone who dares to snatch young master's things will be killed without mercy. Taoist Master Hongye's words were filled with murderous intent. Now, tell me the details of the situation in detail. Eldest Lu reported everything seriously and did not dare to hide anything. Master Hongye, that person stole the pristine jade bottles. We can find a mastermind by tracking the pristine jade bottles. One of the 2 branch masters, Taoist Shiyin, spoke up. Presumably, that person doesn't know that all the pristine jade bottles of the Sword God Society have a unique mark. The other branch master, Taoist Master Tianshui, said, no matter where, as long as they are in the same area, we can find them. Taoist Master Hongye shook his head. There's no hurry. Our main task this time is to bring back a heavenly demon king for young master. Dealing with the mastermind is just a matter of convenience. The main task was completed. The 2 branch masters did not raise any other opinions. The main task had to be completed first. There was no hurry to deal with that person. They had a hall master, 2 branch masters, 5 deacons, and a small team of 100 people. Their strength was very valiant. In the heavenly demon nation, they were also a very powerful force. In the hall of true enlightenment, Lin Fei was still comprehending the Tao. It was already the 2nd day. The water flame lotus, the Tao of water, and the Tao of fire were more realistic than before. It was as if they were alive. One could not see any problems with the naked eye. If someone was here, there would definitely be someone exclaiming. This was clearly the complete mastery of the 2 small Taos. In the hall of true enlightenment, Lin Fei completely mastered it in 2 days. At this time, the water flame lotus defense complemented each other, surpassing his previous understanding. When it was truly displayed, it was like a lotus flower in the world. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sharp sword intent rushed out in all directions. The water flame lotus that wrapped around it was instantly torn apart. The sword intent around Lin Fei, who was originally sitting cross-legged, condensed into numerous small swords. Almost all of these small swords contained a sharp aura, as well as a murderous aura attached to them. As a result, these floating small swords gave off a ferocious aura. As the small swords appeared, the aura released by these small swords was constantly changing. At the same time, the number was constantly increasing. The first 10 feet, 100 feet, 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet. After a full 10,000 feet, Lin Fei's shadow was almost completely submerged by the small swords. What a powerful kid. His comprehension of the sword Tao has reached this level. Black Demon was very satisfied. These small swords are purely formed by sword energy. Each small sword's power is no less than that of the profound Grandmaster late stage. It wasn't that Black Demon had never seen a sword Tao expert. They were young, and this level was rare. This successor was obviously more powerful than the previous ones. Kun Mu Celestial Immortal's Tao comprehension was not even 1/10 of Lin Fei's. If Kun Mu had half of Lin Fei's, he wouldn't have fallen after becoming a Celestial Immortal. Black Demon sighed. This kid's sword intent is very strong, and he has integrated murderous aura into his sword. Mother-child twin ring sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the small swords were broken, a black sword intent pierced out of thin air. It also erupted with power no less than that of the profound Grandmaster late stage. A sword hidden within a sword. A true sword Tao expert. Walala, the small swords within 1,000 feet disappeared, followed by sword silk. Black Demon slowly disappeared. 7 days later, Underground World. The heavenly demon king that young master requested has been successfully caught. After Taoist Red Leaf put away the heavenly demon king, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. In these 7 days, they had been busy searching for the heavenly demon king. There were many heavenly demon kings in the heavenly demon kingdom. Due to the danger of the region, even with their powerful lineup, They had to be careful and could only find a relatively safe location for the whereabouts of the heavenly demon king. In 7 days, they had caught an early-stage, profound, sage, heavenly demon king. They were already very satisfied, as long as the mission was completed. Even so, they had paid a lot. Of the 5 deacons, 2 were killed by the heavenly demon king, and the 100-man squad also lost about 20 people, which was not a small loss. Compared to the harvest, this loss could be ignored. Taoist Red Leaf blamed this loss on the person behind the scenes. If it wasn't for the other party robbing them, he wouldn't have to lose people. All this was the other party's fault, so he didn't have a good attitude towards Big Lou and the other 2. Check if the pristine jade bottle is still in the underground world. Taoist Red Leaf was obviously angry. The 2 Helm Lords didn't look good either. These deacons were their subordinates. Losing them was equivalent to their strength being affected. They were also angry at the person who secretly attacked. Still in the underground world, after the result came out, Taoist Red Leaf was also slightly stunned, then revealed a cold expression. This person is really bold. He actually didn't leave the underground world. It's just right to send him to hell. Whether the person left or not, they had to go over and take a look. If he was still there, that would be the best. If he wasn't there, there was no loss. A group of people flew towards the location with murderous intent. Boss Hairball, there aren't many things in the underground world, but there are quite a lot of heavenly demon kings. I guarantee that Boss can eat to your heart's content. If you can't finish it, you can also raise a group of heavenly demon kings. If you want to eat them, just catch one and eat it. In these few days, Obsidian fully exerted his ability and finally curried favor with Boss Hairball. That makes sense. Raise a large group and eat them whenever you want. Hairball had an arrogant look. In the future, you will manage those heavenly demon kings for me. I want you to raise them until they are white and fat. If you manage them well, I can give you a demonic beast to eat. Boss, don't worry. I'm the best at this. Obsidian smiled. At that time, you can raise as many as you want. Rumble, the temporary cave house, was shaking. Obsidian finally got a good position. Being interrupted abruptly, he felt extremely displeased. Boss Hairball, there's food sent up. This little one will catch it for you right away. Obsidian knew how to rely on his glib tongue, and at the same time, he had to rely on his strength to show himself. If he wanted to live freely in the future, currying favor with Boss Hairball was the first task. Some blind guy came up to make trouble. Obsidian rolled his eyes, and the first thing he thought of was to perform well. After inheriting the memory, the only thing Hairball liked was to eat. Go and catch them. Hairball directly fell on Obsidian, her eyes full of excitement. Hall Master, there seems to be no one below. A deacon disciple said. Following the clues left by the jade bottle, Red Leaf Taoist led everyone to find this place. Without any explanation, he set up a formation and launched a crazy attack. Whoever dares to attack the great heavenly demon king will all die. Obsidian rushed up from the underground with a fierce look. Black mist filled the sky. Everyone was startled. How could a heavenly demon king appear in this place? Moreover, it was an early-stage, profound, sage, heavenly demon king. Hall Master, the one we caught back then, was this heavenly demon king. Big Lou was very surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that the heavenly demon king was the one in front of him. Chapter 442. He wanted to find someone, but it turned out to be the heavenly demon king, which was really surprising. I can't be wrong. Even if this heavenly demon king turns to ashes, I can still recognize it. In order to capture this heavenly demon king, it took about 6 hours. Second brother and third brother Jin Yuan was almost completely consumed. I remember it clearly. Eldest Lu guaranteed. The heavenly demon king in front of him was the heavenly demon king that he had attacked that day. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how this heavenly demon king came out. The jade bottle was sealed, so it couldn't escape. Taoist Shi Yin said, if I'm not wrong, that person must have opened the seal and released the heavenly demon king. As for where he went, maybe he's been killed by the heavenly demon king. I also think Shi Yan's words are very reasonable. Taoist Tianxue also said, that person is most likely dead. Why don't we catch another heavenly demon king back to atone for our sins? It's not bad to use it as a backup. As soon as Obsidian came up, he immediately recognized eldest Lu and the other two. Bastard, I'm going to kill you this time. Obsidian roared. The three people in front of him were the culprits who harmed him. Heavenly Demon Voice. This was the unique ability of the Heavenly Demon King. Hua hua hua. Hua. The black mist turned into notes, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, miserable and fierce, intertwining into one. Formation. Taoist Hongya said coldly, "Catch this Heavenly Demon King." As said, the person behind the scenes couldn't be found. It was not impossible to catch another Heavenly Demon King back. He couldn't return empty-handed. Obsidian's Heavenly Demon Voice was very powerful. Unfortunately, the team brought by Taoist Hongya was all prepared in advance. Heavenly Demon Voice only caused small casualties. Heavenly Demon Blade. The overwhelming Heavenly Demon Blade slashed toward them. Dang, 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 dang. The formation was completed. The Heavenly Demon Blade blasted on the formation and was blocked. Damn, I was fooled. After Obsidian calmed down, he regretted it. When he recognized them, he was furious and wanted to kill them to avenge the previous hatred, but he ignored one thing. The three of them captured him with the formation. At this time, the number of people was greater than before, and the situation was very bad. It was too late now. The formation was completed, and Obsidian was trapped inside. Advance, suppress the Heavenly Demon King. An early stage, profound sage, Heavenly Demon King, would never be able to escape from their immortal trapping formation. It would obediently become their sealed object. Charge! The strength of an early, profound sage Obsidian was fully exerted. Ripples appeared on the formation, but he was unable to break it. Don't struggle. This is the immortal trapping array. Every time you attack, the array will absorb your strength, and its defensive power will increase. Taoist Shi Yin said calmly. An early stage, profound sage, Heavenly Demon King was not worth mentioning. Obsidian's attack became even more frenzied. The formation formed by the team of less than 100 people forcibly blocked the attack. The disciple, maintaining the formation, turned pale. The range of the array formation continued to shrink. When the array formation was completely compressed, anyone would be sealed and become a sealed artifact. So it's the immortal trapping array. Where do they come from? Obsidian had lived for 10,000 years. How could he not know about the immortal trapping array? A formation that could even trap immortals was easily used to deal with an early stage, profound sage like him. Damn it. If there was no formation, I could kill them easily. Obsidian's eyes were almost spewing fire. When his advantage was suppressed, his strength could not stand out. Little Black, you're really useless. Hairball was very disdainful. Obsidian's face and ears were red, and he was very ashamed. A dignified Heavenly Demon King was suppressed again and again. If this spread out, he would be a joke. There's a strange beast. Taoist Tian Shui was the first to discover it. The Heavenly Demon King actually surrendered to a strange beast. Shiyan also showed a look of surprise, and his greedy eyes fell on the little fellow. Strange beast. I didn't expect there to be a strange beast here. Taoist Red Leaf realized how precious it was. Just as he said, if it wasn't for the immortal trapping array, they would definitely not be as carefree as they were now. Discovering a strange beast, although he did not know its grade, Taoist Red Leaf thought quickly, if I bring this strange beast back, if I'm lucky, I can identify it as a special strange beast. It will be a great contribution, and I will have a chance to sit in the position of protector. It seems that God is really helping me this time. Hairball had heard a lot these days. Seeing that Obsidian was not powerful at all, she was very unhappy. Voila, traveling through the void. The immortal trapping array was said to be able to trap all immortals, but could not trap Hairball, a space-strange beast. Great devouring Hairball, who flew out, swallowed more than a dozen people from the team of 100 people. Delicious, really delicious. Taoist Red Leaf was stunned. Taoist Shi Yin and Taoist Tian Shui were also stunned. The rest of the people were also stunned. Damn, what kind of strange beast was this? It ate more than a dozen profound Emperor sect disciples in one breath. This was something they had never seen before. Quick, catch it. This is a space-strange beast. Taoist Red Leaf reacted, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a peerless treasure. Voila, the three of them were mystique, venerable rank powerhouses, so they naturally knew the value of a space-strange beast. Anyone with a spatial beast will be able to enter all the secret realms on the continent and collect endless treasures. Space-strange beasts could travel through the void. They were the favored children of heaven, able to travel through various arcane realms and dangerous places. Human powerhouses could not do this, but in front of a space-strange beast, it was as easy as walking into a vegetable garden. There was no pressure, no danger. The three of them instantly unleashed a formation. Sealing the void, activating the true treasure, they attacked Hairball. Hairball's only divine ability was the Great Devouring. In the face of a mystique, venerable rank powerhouse's attack, it dodged here and there, constantly traveling through the void. It looked pathetic, but in fact, it had the upper hand. I'm going to eat you. No, I'm going to keep you in captivity and let Xiaohei raise you until you're all white and plump. Hairball also knew that these three were powerful. After listening to Obsidian, she planned to keep them in captivity. Taoist Red Leaf and the others almost vomited blood. They were all powerhouses considered powerhouses on the continent. Now, someone wanted to keep them in captivity. It was simply audacious. The three of them attacked even more wildly, gradually forcing Hairball into a certain range. Shi Yin and Tianshui attacked head-on, attracting the other party's attention. Hairball was weak and not adept at combat, so she still could not defend against their schemes. Ding! Taoist Red Leaf shot a red light into Hairball's body. Hairball, who was about to travel through the void, could not use spatial force. Ah, you've been hit by the space-locking needle. Let's see where you can run to. With a flick of his sleeve, a giant palm grabbed through the air. A victorious smile appeared on Taoist Red Leaf's face. With the space-strange beast in his hands, he could also become a guardian. His power would increase greatly, and he would no longer need to bring people out. Chapter 443. The huge palm was cut open by the sword. Similarly, a huge hand reached out and quickly scooped the spatial beast away. Then, a person appeared in front of everyone. Everything happened incredibly fast. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. They had lost the best opportunity. The spatial beast that they coveted was currently squatting on the shoulder of the young man. It was extremely furious. Master, these people are very despicable. They want to capture Hairball. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon. When she reached adulthood, she was extremely powerful and was a true overlord. However, when she was still a child, she was completely different. She was not strong in combat, but she was good at escaping. Nobody could catch her when she traveled through the void. Traveling through the void, there was nothing it could not escape from. If it encountered some powerful true treasure that locked down the void, Furball's advantage would be non-existent. The person who came out was Lin Fei, who had been comprehending the Tao. Lin Fei's palm landed on Hairball. It seemed fierce, but in fact, it did not contain any power. The long red needle was slapped away. This long red needle was the treasure used by Taoist Red Leaf. Hairball untied herself and began to move again. She was in a much better mood. You were the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled. Everyone could feel the anger hidden under this smile. Originally, Lin Fei was comprehending Tao at a deeper level in the Hall of True Enlightenment. If it were not for Obsidian, Lin Fei would not have come out in advance. The system would tame her. Once something happened, the system would remind him. Lin Fei was glad that he had come out, or else Furball would have been captured by someone else. If that happened, it would have been very difficult to snatch it back. Naturally, there was anger. Who are you? Do you want to go against the Divine Sword School? Taoist Red Leaf was in a bad mood, seeing that the spatial beast was about to be in his hands. But it was interrupted. He was indescribably unhappy. His position as a protector was far away. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. So you are disciples of the Divine Sword School. Looking at your behavior, you should be from the Divine Sword School. Hall Master, he was the one who attacked last time. Eldest Lu recognized the voice. He remembered this voice clearly. After connecting the dots, Luda came to a realization. It was this spatial beast that had snatched the pristine jade bottle in the end. This is what it means to wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. You've saved us a lot of trouble by delivering yourself to our doorstep. Taoist Redleaf was slightly stunned. Then, he said calmly, "Hand over the dimensional beast, and I can decide to let you go." From that strike, just now, Taoist Redleaf realized that this person's combat power was very strong. Thus, Taoist Redleaf brought up the name of the Divine Sword School to pressure them, forcing them to lower their heads and hand over the space exotic beast. Otherwise, they would be able to take them down even if they had to pay a price. Lin Fei chuckled and pointed with his finger. "Will you hand over the hairball? Ask him first if he'll agree." Crash! The killing sword landed in Lin Fei's hand. With a slash, sword chi filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi transformed into rays of white light. The 100-man team that was originally supporting the formation immediately suffered a huge blow and was heavily injured. Under the sword chi, most of them were killed, and only a few were left. Once the disciples of the 100-man team died, the immortal trapping formation could not be maintained. Obsidian broke the seal and rushed out. He himself had the combat power of a sage, and the formation could not be maintained. Of course, he came out. Demonic Blade. He almost made a mistake and caused Hairball to almost be captured. As soon as Obsidian came out, he displayed the Demonic Blade and killed the remaining disciples of the 100-man team. Faced with Obsidian, who was at the early stage of Profound Sage, the difference in strength made them die in one move. "Didn't you want to suppress me just now?" Obsidian rushed up and slashed down with the Demonic Blade. The important thing was that Obsidian had to show himself, or he would suffer this time because he saw the anger in Lin Fei's eyes. The dignified Demonic King was almost suppressed, and the old ancestor Hairball was almost captured. He had made a big mistake. To atone for his sins, this was the only way. Crash! With one slash, the remaining 3 deacons were killed directly. Close the formation. The expressions of the remaining 3 changed drastically. This turn of events was beyond imagination. Now, it was their turn to be in danger. The tables had turned. They cursed in their hearts that they had underestimated the kid's strength. He broke the formation with one move and even released a sage. Among the 3 of them, the 2 branch leaders were Mystique Venerable Middle Stage and Mystique Venerable Late Stage, while Redleaf Taoist was a great perfection Mystique Venerable. His combat power was outstanding, but he still felt great pressure from the Heavenly Demonic King. Whoosh, 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 the saber gleam slashed down, and cracks appeared in the void. The 3 barely blocked the attack, and their faces turned pale. A sage's Heavenly Demonic King was not easy to deal with. At the same time, they were shocked by the kid's ability. The kid could command the Heavenly Demonic King and had a rare spatial beast. This was completely unexpected. Either way, it would give them a headache. Clang, 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 Obsidian's saber technique was ruthless and domineering. The saber gleam contained all kinds of negative emotions. If one was injured, the negative emotions would make it difficult for the wound to heal, which would affect the mind. This was the terror of the Heavenly Demonic King. Xiaohei, kill them. Furball had suffered a loss and hated them to the bone. Boss Hairball, I will definitely kill them. Don't worry. Taoist Redleaf and the rest looked even worse. When had they ever been in such a difficult situation? A spatial beast actually wanted to kill them. They were extremely angry. There was no time to be angry. The most important thing was to leave. The attack of a sage was too strong. Even a Heavenly Demonic King had to be polite to a spatial beast. This time, they were really in big trouble. Use the summoning order. Taoist Redleaf made a prompt decision and quietly crushed the summoning order. This summoning order was a way of notifying the Sword God Union. All the disciples in this area would receive the summoning order and come to help them immediately. Bang! Obsidian slashed down with a saber gleam. Before the will of the summoning order could escape into the void, It was directly cut off by obsidian and the connection was cut off. Humph, trying to leak information in front of me. Obsidian snorted coldly and his saber technique suddenly changed. 18 demonic saber moves. It was a killer move. The surging saber intent rushed out of the illusory figures of heavenly demons. In the blink of an eye, 18 heavenly demons rushed out and continuously attacked the formation formed by the three. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 heavenly demons continuously attacked the formation. Each attack was a few times more powerful than the previous ones. Before the 18 strikes ended, the formation was broken. The three of them formed a formation and barely managed to block it. Once the formation was broken, they would not be able to block the attack of a sage. Run! The three of them fled in 3 different directions, trying to get rid of obsidian. This was a good idea usually, but it was used in the wrong place. Even Lin Fei laughed. Cleverness could be misplaced. If the three of them worked together, they might be able to hold on. Once they left, there would be no more chances and hope. Obsidian sneered. If they wanted to escape in front of him, then he would not be a heavenly demonic king anymore. How could he redeem himself? 1 slash and Taoist Serene died. Another slash and Tianshui died. His body was also cut into 2 by the saber. In front of a sage, Venerable Xian's strength was still lacking. If a sage wanted to kill someone, he would not be able to leave alive unless he went easy on his opponent. Serene, Tianshui is dead. Seeing their dead bodies, Taoist Red Leaf was scared out of his wits. He had killed a heavenly demonic king before, but now that he had done it, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. I'm from the Sword God Society. If you kill me, Master will definitely kill you one by one. Taoist Red Leaf was protected by true treasures, but he still felt a chill in his heart. Once again, he brought up young Master Sword God. The three of them worked together, but they still could not stop a sage. Before becoming a sage, a mystic venerable was like a pig or a dog. Taoist Red Leaf finally realized the meaning of this sentence. I don't care if you're from the Sword God Society or some other society. If I want you to die today, you will die here. Obsidian was not a good person. Before he was subdued, he was famous for his violence. What he hated the most was being threatened. Obsidian obviously knew about the Sword God Society. This first-grade sect had many experts. If the sage of the Sword God Society attacked, Obsidian might have some reservations. But now, there was no need to worry. No one would know if he killed him. Whoosh! With 1 slash, Taoist Red Leaf lost 4 or 5 protective true treasures in one go. Only then did he manage to save his life. However, he was also sent flying and crashed into a black mountain. Bang! The heavenly demon saber was pressed against Taoist Red Leaf's throat. The cold gleam on the tip of the saber told Taoist Red Leaf that if he moved, he would die. If you dare move, I'll kill you. In Obsidian's eyes, there was no difference between a mystic venerable rank and a mystic venerable rank at great perfection. Lin Fei landed as well. Obsidian's combat strength made him very happy. Back then, he did not kill him, but subdued him. Now, he had another expert by his side. You got some guts. How dare you steal my things? Lin Fei stepped on Taoist Red Leaf's chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Obsidian's slash had injured Taoist Red Leaf. A sage's slash was not that easy to block. Cough, cough. Taoist Red Leaf spat out blood. You've offended Master and stolen his things. Master will kill you with his own hands. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Kill me? Many people have said that they want to kill me. In the end, they all died in front of me. That master of yours is nothing. If you dare to make a move, you should know that you will pay the price. With a palm slash, Taoist Red Leaf's head exploded. Revenge from the Sword God Association? Lin Fei was not worried at all. Even if they were disciples of the same sect, as long as they made a move against him, Lin Fei would kill them and destroy them. There was no evidence, so there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, this was the heavenly demon nation. Death was the most common thing. There was nothing surprising about it. At most, it was because they were not as skilled as others. As soon as Taoist Red Leaf died, something strange happened. Suddenly, a different aura came from the sky. Lin Fei looked up. In the dark sky, a shadow appeared. It was wearing a golden robe, shining brightly like a god descending. However, the shadow's expression was very cold, like a block of ice that would not change for 10,000 years. It was so cold that no one dared to approach it. Projection. Soon, Lin Fei saw a nameplate appear on Daoist red leaf body and guessed the situation. Chapter 444. The cold and emotionless words carried a tone that could not be refused, like a high and mighty god that would not allow anyone to disobey his will. Pressure, great pressure. Lin Fei raised his brows as a strange look flashed across his eyes. The sword whirlpool around him shattered the incoming pressure inch by inch, reducing the invisible pressure. Who are you? Did you kill Daoist Red Leaf? Danger. A very dangerous aura. Little bastard, who allowed you to make a move? Obsidian appeared in front of Lin Fei and slashed with the sky devil blade, shattering the rain of swords one by one. After the rain of swords passed, a rained sword rushed out, leaving behind a white light. Obsidian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, leaving behind a rain of blood. One sword, and Obsidian was injured. An early-stage, profound sage Obsidian was defeated by the opponent. What a strong sword intent. Infused with the Tao of Rain, the aura is restrained, and it's very realistic. It's clearly reached a very high realm, not weaker than my invincible sword intent. Obsidian is a Sky Devil King, but he couldn't even block one sword. This person is very strong. Lin Fei was startled, and his expression turned grave. Who exactly is this person? Why does his sword intent contain a will that looks down on the world and looks down on the world? With just one sword, Lin Fei saw the clues and clicked his tongue. He had met a powerful opponent. With a thought, a huge water fire lotus appeared. The rain of swords struck on the lotus leaves, instantly piercing through the lotus leaves. Layer by layer, the swords pierced through the lotus leaves and returned to Mount Tai. At first, it was fast, but towards the end, the lotus leaves kept growing, and the cycle continued to reduce the power of the sword rain, blocking this supreme sword intent. After comprehending the Tao in the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei's water fire lotus had improved by a few levels. He had truly integrated the water and fire paths, increasing his defense by several times. If it was before, this sword rain alone would have given Lin Fei a headache. You are the Sword God Prince. Suddenly, Lin Fei said a name with a smile. The youth in embroidered robes was still as cold as ever. Since you know this young master's great name, you still dare to kill my subordinates? Huh, Lin Fei laughed. I killed your people, so what can you do to me? Don't think that just because people call you young master, they're all the same in my eyes. Today, I will destroy your projection. He had guessed that the other party was the godly swordsman young master, as he could tell from the corpse of Daoist Red Leaf. Apart from this sword god young master, there was no one else who could match his sword intent. After Lin Fei probed a little, the other party directly admitted that he was the sword god prince. Only the reincarnated immortals could possess this kind of sword intent that seemed like a sovereign descending upon the world. Ordinary people had limited knowledge and were unable to contain the sword intent of a sovereign descending upon the world. Lin Fei had never thought that he would run into the sword god young master, the #1 young expert in the sword god sect. After a simple exchange of blows, the sword god young master was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Total annihilation. The heaven-soaring earth fiend sword flew out and formed the core sword formation. The 720 flying swords formed the outer sword formation and formed a huge flying sword that rushed towards the sword god young master. Since he made a move, he would go all out. The other party was the sword god young master. His reputation was abnormally resounding. A few hundred years ago, the other party's strength reached the peak of sage. Now, he might have reached the level of an emperor. Even if he was just a projection, his strength was not to be underestimated. Projection was a magical ability that only emperor-level experts could use to kill people from a distance. A very good sword formation. With a simple sentence, the sword god young master pointed with his finger, and the huge flying sword was forcefully sent flying. How can this be? Lin Fei was shocked. It was broken just like that. The second finger shot out. Sovereign descending upon the world's sword intent. Within the sword intent, an emperor appeared, laughing at the world as he slashed out with his sword. Lin Fei's body flickered. With a bang, he flew out and crashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak was also broken in the middle, giving off a loud rumbling sound. The might of one finger was so terrifying. Rumble, rumble. A large piece of rubble flew out, and a person rushed out from below. He looked somewhat miserable. It was Lin Fei who was sent flying. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Fei looked up. I thought that the sword god young master was very powerful. I didn't expect it to be just an undeserved reputation. The sword god young master is only SOSO. He was still shocked in his heart. The sword god young master was very powerful. Fortunately, the defense of the Azure Dragon True Body was strong and blocked most of the attacks. Even so, Lin Fei did not have it easy. This was the first time he met such a powerful freak. No wonder you dared to kill Taoist Red Leaf and the others and dare to snatch the things. You do have some ability. The sword god young master said. However, you will definitely die in the next sword. Sovereign descending upon the world. A phantom appeared behind the sword god young master, and a vast aura surged out. At this moment, all the celestial demons within the perimeter submitted to him. Submission, true submission. Pressure, enormous pressure, directly pressed over, and a mountain peak was turned into powder. Wounds appeared on the Azure Dragon True Body, and blood gushed out. Lin Fei became a bloody man, looking very terrifying and ferocious. Break for me. Quintessential essence surged, and sword intent broke the dome of heaven. The huge pressure forcefully tore apart part of it. 3,000 immortal arts, great entanglement art. Huge vines appeared on the sword god young master's body and wrapped around him. The sword god young master did not care. It is just great entanglement art. Sword intent burst out, and the vines kept shattering. That might not be the case. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicing art. A silver crescent cut out from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was cut in half. The sword intent of the sovereign descending upon the world was far inferior to this unstoppable immortal art. I will find you. The sword god young master did not block. The projection was cut in half, and a huge energy spread out, causing the surrounding area to explode. After a while, a figure rushed over. Damn it, as expected of someone who can do great things. Facing his 3,000 immortal arts, ordinary people would not be able to directly give up on the projection. However, the sword god young master did it. A projection strength was not lower than the sage realm. The sword god young master's strength must have reached the sovereign realm. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed. Seems like after I use the 3,000 immortal arts, my combat strength can reach the sage realm. Even if it is not as good, there's not much difference, as long as I don't meet a powerful sage realm expert. After the battle, Lin Fei had a better understanding of his strength. After comprehending the Tao in a short time, his strength improved very quickly. After offending the sword god young master, revenge should come soon. I have to quickly advance again. Lin Fei suppressed the pressure, and it was followed by great excitement. Chapter 445. Inside a space. It was boundless, and there was no end to it. At the peak of a mountain, there was a golden palace that shone brightly under the sunlight. Pooh! In the palace, the golden-robed youth suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword intent contained in the blood had left a huge hole in the priceless floorboards. It was a heart-wrenching sight. The young man in embroidered clothes didn't think much of it, and a rare, strange expression appeared on his face. On the left and right sides of the young man in embroidered robes, there were sages. Their auras were concealed, and they sat quietly, unable to conceal the admiration in their eyes. However, when they saw the young man in embroidered clothes spit out blood, they were all shocked. They were shocked. How did young master get injured? It had been many years since the young master had been injured. Why was he injured today? Young master, what's wrong? A middle-aged man stood beside the youth in embroidered robes. His tone was urgent, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It's fine. This place was one of the training grounds of the sword god young master. It's just the loss of a doppelganger, but I've encountered a decent opponent. The sword god young master said indifferently, as if he was talking about something interesting. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. But to the crowd, this news was hard to believe. Someone destroyed the young master's clone? How could this be possible? Their young master's strength had long entered the imperial realm. As for what level his true combat strength had reached, they didn't know. The only thing he knew was that 10 years ago, the young master personally killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial with 3 moves. 10 years later, he might be able to kill 7 or 8 tribulation itinerant immortals. With such strength, how could his doppelganger be destroyed? They almost suspected that they had heard wrongly and that the young master was joking. However, since the young master said it, it must be the truth. There was no way it could be wrong. The Emperor Projection Avatar's combat power was at least at the level of a sage. White Demon, take someone out and bring this person's soul back. On the left was a white-haired man in white clothes. He sat upright and still. When he heard this, he stood up. Young master, don't worry. White Demon will personally bring the soul back. Hearing that the young master had asked Taoist White Fiend to make a move, everyone knew that the young master was angry. The calmer the young master was, the angrier he became. Taoist White Demon had the battle prowess of a mid-sage sage. His great soul-capturing technique could capture anything and was infamous for its ferocity. Amongst the sages, his battle prowess could be ranked in the top few. Half a day later, on a quiet mountain peak in the Divine Sword School, great senior sister, good news, good news. A red light landed on the mountain peak and then appeared on the shore of a sparkling lake. Beside the lake, the white-clothed girl was like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountain. A light breeze blew at her clothes, causing the edges of her skirt to sway. She was otherworldly. Hundreds of birds formed a flock surrounding her. It was a very leisurely scene. Red eyebrows, you're still so energetic. Be careful not to scare my flowers and birds. The spirited voice was like flowing water in the mountains, slowly flowing through his heart. Big senior sister, I'm here to tell you some good news. Why are you exposing my shortcomings again? You're in such a rush. I think it's great. Red eyebrow grinned. The birds and beasts that had stopped by the lakeside were quiet and did not leave because someone had come. It was as if it had become a spirit. The white-clothed youth turned around, revealing his fairy-like appearance. Speak. What news is worth you coming here in person? This young lady did not look very old, but in reality, she was the goddess in everyone's hearts in the Divine Sword sect, Fairy Mingyu, the leader of Pink Rose. Red eyebrow grinned. I just heard that Sword God vomited blood. What do you think? This news is very satisfying, right? Fairy Mingyu's eyes were filled with obvious disgust. You know I don't like to hear about Sword God. Red eyebrow stuck out his pink tongue. Big senior sister, you've misunderstood. I'm saying that he used a projection magical ability today to send a clone to kill someone. In the end, the clone was destroyed, and he vomited blood in front of everyone. Fairy Ming was slightly moved. This seems impossible. Sword God's strength has already reached the level of an emperor, and the strength of his projection clone is at least at the level of a sage. It's normal to defeat him, but it's impossible to kill his clone. Could it be that an emperor did it? It's true. Sword God is indeed injured, Red Eyebrow said very seriously. It seems that he was defeated by someone who is not very powerful. It shouldn't be an emperor, but a sage. I heard that he has already arranged for White Demon Taoist to take action. Demonic Nation? It should be. Red Eyebrow nodded. Fairy Mingyu smiled. It's rare to see Sword God suffer a loss. I'm interested in the person who defeated him. It seems that it's necessary to go and have a look. Red Eyebrow was obviously startled. Ah, big senior sister, are you really going to Demonic Nation to help that person? I'll see, Fairy Mingyu said. It just so happens that I need Heavenly Demon King for cultivation. If my guess is right, it should be related to Heavenly Demon King that made Sword God send his clone down. Eldest senior sister, please take me there. I also want to see what kind of person is so ferocious to be able to kill the sword god's clone and make him suffer such a great loss. Could it be another person who has a crush on you? Nonsense. If you continue, I won't take you there. Big senior sister, I know I'm wrong. Demonic nation, underground world. In a dark lair. Our king is mighty. Our king is mighty. Unify the underground world. A large number of demonic imps, demonic generals, and demonic marshals were prostrating on the ground. It was hard to see how many of them were worshipping Dark Demon King, who was sitting on the highest seat. Ha ha! Dark Demon King laughed as he stood up. Serve the wine and food. Unbeknownst to them, a black figure was moving in the dark, gradually approaching Dark Demon King. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Just a little bit more. It's not time yet. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, retracted all his aura and no-killing intent. At this moment, he was less than 500 feet away from Dark Demon King. Good, now is the time. Lin Fei moved quickly and stabbed with his sword. Invincible sword intent was released. Assassination. A real assassination. Dark Demon King was startled. Sword intent flashed before his eyes. His head flew up, and his yuan shun flew out. He was in a state of shock. Before he could recover, a strange beast rushed out of the void and swallowed his yuan shun. Everything happened so fast. King is dead. Avenge King. Kill. The remaining demonic commanders rushed forward with their people. Sword chi turned into threads and swept through the entire lair. Broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. An hour later, there was no one in the lair. All the demonic lords were dead. After comprehending the Tao in the Hall of True Enlightenment, my combat power has greatly improved. My understanding of the Sword of Mortal Great Tao is far better than before. Now I can attack from 1,000 feet away without anyone noticing and easily kill Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei reviewed the attack just now. After killing the projection of young Master Sword God, Lin Fei, under the leadership of Little Black, kept looking for Heavenly Demon King to attack. At first, it was the Heavenly Demon General, but with his understanding of assassination, he finally chose to attack Heavenly Demon King. The Heavenly Demon King that he just assassinated had strength around the middle stage of Sage. In a head-on battle, Lin Fei could fight to a draw, but it was far from easy to kill him. When Heavenly Demon King's body was destroyed, Hairball took the opportunity to attack. They cooperated very well. Delicious, so delicious. Hairball, the foodie, landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei's eyes twitched. A sage's primordial spirit was priceless. Lin Fei remembered that Hairball ate at least a dozen sage primordial spirits. She was not afraid of indigestion. Really, the energy contained in a sage primordial spirit was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hairball did not care at all and ate it like candy. It was also thanks to Hairball's help that the Heavenly Demon Saint could be killed. At the mystique venerable rank, one could cultivate a primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit did not die, the physical body would not be destroyed. Once the physical body was destroyed, the primordial spirit could escape thousands of miles away. After Hairball attacked, no matter how powerful the primordial spirit was, it was not as powerful as Hairball's void travel. You only know how to eat. You're a foodie. Hairball burped in satisfaction and ignored this sentence. Master, I've collected all the treasures of the Dark Demon King. After the last incident, Little Black was well-behaved and rushed to do everything, which saved Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Let's go and find the next Heavenly Demon King. Needless to say, with Little Black as a spy, Lin Fei saved a lot of trouble and went straight to the next Heavenly Demon King. After killing 2 more Heavenly Demon Kings, I can complete another mission. There are still Heavenly Demon Generals and Heavenly Demon Marshals. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. They're all endless EXP. There were strong and weak Heavenly Demon Kings. Lin Fei naturally would not provoke the late-stage Sage. Early-stage Sage and mid-stage Sage were one of Lin Fei's main targets. The rest of the Heavenly Demon Kings were completed as missions. Once the Heavenly Demon King died, The remaining subordinates were almost no match for Lin Fei. Each time they were killed, not a single one was left, and Lin Fei's net worth was also constantly increasing. His EXP was increasing. His vitality was increasing. His points were also increasing. It could be said that his speed was increasing like a rocket. This was also because the Heavenly Demon Nation was a special place with countless heavenly demons. Lin Fei could accept missions to his heart's content and obtain large amounts of EXP, points, and vitality. Lin Fei was not tired of it and was busy killing heavenly demons. It would not take long before he would advance from the Mystic Grandmaster level to the Mystic Venerable level. With such a fast leveling speed, there was no other monster like him. Elder White, that person is still in the underground world, but we don't know his exact location. At the entrance of the passageway, more than 10 people appeared in the underground world. A group of heavenly demons rushed up and were instantly killed by them. It did not affect them at all. White Devil Taoist sneered. That's perfect. I want to see what kind of background this person has. He took out a red bead from it. Great tracking skill. The red bead turned into a red light and disappeared into the darkness. White Devil Taoist laughed. Let's see where you can hide under the great tracking skill. This was White Devil Taoist's specialty. Chapter 446. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip of waiting vs Feiyang. Bang! In the gloomy lair, another heavenly demon king fell. Soon, I can accept the promotion mission. In the past few days, Lin Fei had gained some understanding of the sword techniques, especially the dark stealth and assassination techniques. Few heavenly demon kings could dodge his assassination. As a result, the experience points that Lin Fei needed were constantly increasing. He was about to advance again. Advancing from Mystic Grandmaster to Mystic Venerable Lord would allow him to cultivate his primordial spirit and become a true powerhouse of the continent. As long as the primordial spirit did not die, the body would not be destroyed. Xiao He, collect the spoils of war. Right now, Lin Fei needed experience points. Xiao He would take care of everything else. As for Hairball, she specialized in eating primordial spirits. She ate them comfortably. Rumble. Suddenly, the lair shook, and large pieces of rubble fell. Lin Fei soared into the sky and landed on a huge rock. A white-robed person appeared in his vision, and with a thought, he knew who this person was. Revenge? He was too narrow-minded. What sword god, young master? Lin Fei was very disdainful. Taoist White Fiend was also very disdainful. He did not expect that the person who made the young master suffer would be a young man, a person who was at the Mystic Grandmaster level. Of course, Taoist White Fiend would not simply think that the other party had the strength of a Mystic Grandmaster. To be able to destroy the projection clone, this person had at least the strength of a sage. Even if he was not a sage, he was not far from it. Kill. Taoist White Fiend waved his hand. He led the White Fiend team and quickly formed a formation. The Black Whip lashed down. Its strength was no less than that of a Mystic Venerable Lord. It was truly powerful. Punishment Spear. After his strength improved greatly, the power of Lin Fei's divine ability was even stronger than before. The huge spear collided with the long whip. The menacing Black Whip shook the entire formation. Then, the huge divine ability's power sent everyone flying. I soared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sword intent pierced through their bodies one by one. From beginning to end, it only took a short period of time to completely defeat the other party. If this is all you've got, all of you will have to stay here today. After comprehending the Tao in the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei's sword technique had to kill. The killing intent contained in it could even kill a primordial spirit with a single strike. No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you have some strength. Taoist White Fiend did not care about his dead subordinates. If the other party was really that weak, the young master wouldn't have let him make a move. This person was worthy of him taking action. The previous wave of attacks was just a test to gauge the other party's strength. The only thing he did not expect was that the other party's innate prowess and swordsmanship would be so frightening. A master at the level of Mystique, Venerable One, could be killed just like that. Mount Tai Suppression. Taoist White Fiend waved his hand and took out a superior grade true treasure. A black mountain appeared above Lin Fei's head. The true treasure's power flourished greatly, smashing down from the sky. With this smash, the great earth collapsed, and the entire region was smashed down. The sage's attack had yet to arrive, but its power was already so terrifying. Taoist White Fiend had used this true treasure to kill countless people. Anyone who was struck by the true treasure would have their bodies shattered and their essence souls severely injured. Lin Fei raised his brows. Break! The intrinsic flying sword transformed into a black beam and pierced through the mountain, leaving a huge crack in the superior-grade true treasure. Damn it, my true treasure! Taoist White Fiend's eyes nearly popped out. It was unprecedented for a superior-grade true treasure to be damaged by someone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 black beams shot down, and the mountain immediately became dilapidated. It frightened Taoist White Fiend so much that he immediately retracted his sword. When he looked again, his eyes were filled with greed. Supreme grade true treasure. You actually have a supreme grade true treasure. Taoist White Fiend's true treasure was a superior grade true treasure. It was fused with many materials and had astonishing defensive strength. Now that it had been broken, the other party's true treasure must have reached the level of a supreme grade true treasure. A supreme grade true treasure. A treasure that only sages could possess. Taoist White Fiend was extremely envious. He was a sage, but his true treasure was only a superior grade true treasure. Mount Tai being damaged was no longer important. It was worth it to be able to snatch a supreme grade true treasure. Ha ha! Quickly hand over the supreme grade true treasure, and I can give you a quick death. Idiot! Lin Fei snorted coldly as his intrinsic flying sword slashed through the air. A black torrent surged over. Taoist White Fiend was indeed an expert at the level of a sage. Immediately, 18 black beads appeared around him. As each bead spun, they forcefully blocked the torrent. Haha, your strength is not bad, but you're unable to break through my 18 protection beads. Taoist White Fiend roared with laughter. You are quite impressive to force me to use my 18 protection beads. Lin Fei was slightly alarmed. This fellow sure had quite a number of treasures. The true treasure attack from before would probably have killed someone at the level of a mystic venerable. As for the 18 protection beads, they were similarly good items that could withstand his sword intent torrent. I'll be reaping a good harvest today. Lin Fei smiled. Explode. The sword intent torrent instantly exploded as the killing aura phantom struck the 18 protection beads. Its might was greatly reduced as it became sluggish. Darkness stealth, assassination art. Lin Fei teleported through the void and appeared once again. He stabbed Taoist White Fiend's glabella. This strike was already at his whim. One of the protection beads immediately shattered. In front of a sure kill strike, even a true treasure could forget about withstanding the attack. Even a Sky Fiend King would be killed. Boom! Taoist White Fiend's body was torn apart by the killing aura as his essence soul instantly escaped. You're dead. Taoist White Fiend's expression was hideous. He had actually suffered such a huge loss. His body was destroyed. Hairball, time to eat. When Hairball flew out, Taoist White Fiend vaguely sensed a dangerous aura. Taoist White Fiend revealed a panicked expression as he devoured it. Hairball did not stand on ceremony. She did not care what it was, she would just devour it. Ding! Discovered great tracking art. Ding! Discovered great soul reaping art. Lin Fei was delighted. He had discovered another 3,000 immortal arts. It's indeed 3,000 immortal arts. With the 3,000 immortal arts in hand, Lin Fei smiled happily. No wonder this fellow could find me. So it's the great tracking art. This is a good thing. As for this great soul reaping art, it's also very powerful. If I use it, it'll be a little troublesome. This person is very strong and has the strength of a mid-stage sage. Fortunately, I've been assassinating Sky Fiend Kings recently. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Fei learned the 3,000 immortal arts. The system sent him points and essence chi. allowing Lin Fei to earn a huge sum of money. With the great tracking art, it'll be easier to kill people in the future. After learning the great tracking art, Lin Fei was in a great mood. You're very strong. Don't you know that you've caused a huge disaster? Just as Lin Fei was feeling happy, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Who? Then, Lin Fei saw two women appear. He was shocked. This woman was very strong and seemed to have already entered the imperial realm. You don't have to be so nervous. We have no ill intentions towards you. The red-clothed woman was the first to speak. However, your strength is truly impressive. You killed Taoist White Demon the moment you attacked. Did you see that? After asking, Lin Fei wanted to slap himself. How could he say such words? If they didn't see it, how would they know that he had killed that person? However, who exactly were these two women? Bright Moon, look, this person is so silly. Red brows. Bright Moon glared at him. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't bring you here next time. Red brows became obedient. Sir, do you know who you killed just now? I don't care about that. I've killed him. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I care about it? Instead, why are you guys hiding in the void sneakily? You have quite a temper. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson? Red brows frowned. This kid isn't good at all. The person you killed is called Taoist White Fiend. He's at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm and is a capable subordinate of the Sword God. I believe you're the one who killed young Master Sword God's clone, right? Bright Moon said calmly. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the woman in red. She was quite pretty, but didn't seem to have a good temper. However, this woman in white was different. She was delicate and very cute. So that person is at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm. No wonder he's so strong. Fortunately, I attacked first. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. I've learned a lot. Lin Fei nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Lin Fei didn't dare to relax in front of an Emperor Realm expert. Although I don't know which sector from, I advise you to leave the Sky Demon Kingdom. You killed Taoist White Fiend, so young Master Sword God's people will definitely spare no effort to kill you. Lin Fei could tell that she had good intentions. He seemed to have guessed who she was. Thank you. I understand. Big senior sister, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Red brows watched her leave unhappily. This is the first time I've seen such a person. This person is very strong. Taoist White Fiend is at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm, but he couldn't even block the assassination technique. When did such an expert appear? No wonder he could kill Sword God's clone. Fairy Mingyu and the red-browed fairy had arrived very early. With the strength of an emperor, it was a piece of cake for him to find someone. Given Fairy Mingyu's personality, she had wanted to secretly attack and scare Taoist White Fiend away. In the end, Taoist White Fiend's strength exceeded her expectations, causing the mid-stage sage Taoist White Fiend to die in the Heavenly Fiend Nation. The most important thing was that spatial beast. Fairy Ming, you could even swallow the primordial spirit of a sage in one bite. She was utterly astonished. The strength of one's primordial spirit was no weaker than one's physical body. However, Taoist White Fiend's essence soul was unable to fight back against the other party's spatial mutated beast and was directly eaten. So what if his strength is high? His realm is too low. If he wants to become a saint or an emperor, he will need at least a few hundred years. Moreover, he needs to be talented. Young Master Sword God might not give him a chance to grow. If he sends another clone down, that brat definitely won't be able to withstand it. Eldest senior sister can't always take care of him in secret, right? Fairy Ming retracted her gaze. If this person can grow up, he will definitely become a super expert. His battle prowess is too great. Chapter 447. P.S. The power went out in the wee hours of yesterday and continued until 10 p.m. Hence, I can't update it anymore. Please forgive me. Boom! Along with Lin Fei's deep voice, the surrounding area was instantly filled with sword intent. Sword mountains, sword rain, and sword rivers evolved, turning the entire arena into a sword domain that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. The horrifying sword intent spread out unscrupulously, tearing cracks in the void and emitting a terrifying spatial aura. This wasn't the end. The sky was filled with sword intent, making people feel endless danger. Everyone felt endless danger from it. Sword domain, fire beacon mountain. Flames rose within the sword domain. If one looked closely, they would realize that these flames weren't real flames, but were evolved from sword intent. Without exception, they all carried a sharp aura. Outside the flames, towering mountains came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The four sages were instantly caught off guard. Don't fight it head on. His sword intent can break through our defense. Damn, how can the invincible sword intent be so sharp? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. After exchanging blows, they instantly realized how powerful this sword domain was. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to tear through everything, causing them to feel immense pressure. There were very few sword intents that could bring fear to sages. As soon as the sword domain appeared, no matter if it was the inner court disciples or personal disciples, all of them were shocked. A sword domain that could trap sages. How did junior brother Lin Fei create such a mystique? Direct disciples possessed astonishing eyesight. With a single glance, they could tell that the sword domain was filled with danger. The sword domain was formed from the invincible sword intent, and it could suppress everything. Even if they were trapped within, it would be difficult for them to escape, let alone when they were under attack. Fire Beacon Mountain attacked relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the four sages were at a disadvantage. It was impossible to defend against the endless sword intent. Even the protection of true treasures could not block the sword intent. Tear. Dang, 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 dang. They're going to lose. Sword maniac patriarch laughed. Lin Fei is a peerless genius. He created the sword domain at such a young age. Within the sword domain, he is a sword god, an invincible god. Patriarch Crazy Sword also revealed a satisfied expression. In today's challenge, Lin Fei will be able to suppress everyone by relying on the sword domain. Patriarch Ruoshui also said. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers also laughed. In just a year, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely unexpected, especially this sword domain, which used the sword intent as the pillar and Lin Fei himself as the core. It was truly amazing. If one wanted to win against Lin Fei, they would have to suppress his invincible sword intent. But how could one talk about suppressing an invincible sword intent? We admit defeat. Just at Fire Beacon Mountain, the four sages' disciples had no choice but to admit defeat after enduring bitterly. They were filled with grievance. In the face of this sword domain, even if they wanted to win, they had no choice but to lower their heads in the face of this terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, the sword domain dissipated, and the four sages appeared in a sorry state. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The four sages' disciples did not say anything and directly left the arena. They did not have the face to continue staying. Defeating the four sages was completely within Lin Fei's expectations. The sword domain was powerful, and it was the strongest area of effect attack he had used in the past year. Its origin was naturally the work of the Eternal Emperor. This sword domain is practically tailor-made for me. When I use it with my invincible sword intent, I am an invincible god in the sword domain. It feels so good to defeat a sage in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I believe that no one will make a move next. Lin Fei had displayed his true strength, and unless they were muddle-headed, they would not make a move. The four mid-stage sages were no weaker than a late-stage sage. Unless a late-stage sage made a move, everything would be futile. In the end, it would all be for naught. Lin Fei is destined to become the Patriarch's disciple today. Zhou Zhongming of the Sword God Guild shook his head helplessly. You're not going to make a move? Taoist Guanghan asked. Do you think that we could defeat Lin Fei if we make a move? There's still a chance. Zhou Zhongming sneered. A sword domain can be used for both attack and defense. Who knows if Lin Fei has other mystical powers or secret skills? What if he does? It'll definitely be a war of attrition. Do you think that's possible? We can't just not make a move, can we? Taoist Guanghan said. It's fine. We'll have a chance sooner or later. That's all we can do, Taoist Guang Han said helplessly. On the other side, Fangwen was also in a bad mood. Damn Lin Fei. How did he learn such a powerful, mystical technique? Fangwen's face was ashen. As a sage, he could tell that the sword domain was extraordinary. There was no need for him to make a move. It would only be a disgrace. Even with Fangwen's eyesight, he couldn't see how to break this sword domain mystical technique. Brother Fang, it's impossible. Let's stop and observe the situation. Qin Kai advised. Fangwen nodded. I just can't take this lying down. If I made a move a year ago, even if Lin Fei had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to defeat me. He regretted it. Fangwen saw boundless potential in Lin Fei. His combat power was already so terrifying as a Mystique venerable rank. If he ascended to Mystique Sage, he would be able to sweep through everything. When that time came, how could disciples like them stand out? Qin Kai was also regretting it. There will be a chance. We can wait. The others also realized for the first time that Lin Fei, a peerless genius, was about to rise. No one could stop him. In half an hour, a few sage disciples made their moves, but they were all defeated without exception. The power of the sword domain. It also made them understand how powerful it was. Since they were embarrassed, they naturally couldn't be bothered to go up. The challenge is over. The nine-fingered elder ancestor announced and made the final decision for today's challenge. This result could be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, a peerless genius, was more terrifying than they had imagined. He could even defeat a sage. If he could kill him, he might be able to kill a sage. Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. Lin Fei's strength was obvious. The nine-fingered elder was very satisfied with today's challenge. He waved his hand and swept Lin Fei away. The other 5 itinerant immortal patriarchs also left. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing. He can even defeat a sage. I wonder which patriarch will he become. Who knows? Regardless of which ancestor he becomes, Lin Fei is not someone we can afford to offend. After the patriarchs and Lin Fei left, the people in the plaza felt like they had just had a dream. As for the other disciples, they turned around and left to report the situation. At this moment, no one could ignore Lin Fei. In less than 100 years, he would become an overlord among emperors. Chapter 448. P.S. I was busy with the network cable and went back and forth several times. It's finally done today, Lin Fei thought as he flew. Who was that woman? She seemed to want to help him, or did she have other motives? With the strength of an emperor, why would she come to the heavenly devil nation? She couldn't be idle. Lin Fei was very sensitive to auras. That woman's strength was that of an emperor, a true emperor. From the looks of it, she had stayed in the void for a long time. There were 2 reasons for this. Either she was preparing to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, or she was just passing by. Forget it, forget it. It's good that that woman didn't make a move. Next time, I must pay attention to my surroundings. If I encounter a ruthless person, it won't be easy to deal with today. Lin Fei thought about it, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Especially Hairball, who ate the essence spirit of a saint. Anyone would be jealous of a space beast, but Lin Fei couldn't see any desire from that woman. It was as if she was looking at a very ordinary thing. Fortunately, they don't know that Hairball is an ancient evil dragon. Although the heavenly devil nation is dangerous, it is a good place to level up. I must take advantage of this time to level up. I must at least reach the strength of an emperor. I believe that 1 year is enough for me. Lin Fei could make use of this time to increase his strength once again. Golden Hall. Taoist White Demon's soul orb shattered. This news was reported immediately. The other saints were all surprised, followed by anger. The strength of a saint was already considered a high-level member of the Sword God Guild. Now that one of them died, they were naturally very dissatisfied. If this news spread outside, the reputation of the Sword God Guild would be greatly affected. After all, the Sword God Guild had always been a symbol of power outside. It had always been the Sword God who killed others, not others who killed people from the Sword God Guild. But someone did, and the one who died was a saint. This wasn't a small matter. Young master, let me take some people and kill him personally. Avenge brother White Demon. In the hall, a good friend of Taoist White Demon stood up. His face was full of anger. Young master, let us do it. Sword God said. No need. That person will come back sooner or later. There's no hurry now. What? He's a disciple of our divine sword sect? How dare he kill a fellow disciple? The sages were immediately emboldened. The god of swords ordered people to spread the news, and it landed in the hands of the various saints. When they saw the message, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Mysterious Grandmaster level, Invincible sword intent, a new core disciple? This information made them suspect that they had seen wrongly. For a core disciple to be so freakish, Taoist White Demon was a saint expert. Could it be that he was killed just like that? Impossible, definitely impossible. There must be a mistake. They had cultivated for no less than a few thousand years before reaching the powerful sage realm. Now a young brat could kill a sage so easily. He simply did not take them seriously. If that was the case, they could not help but feel a great deal of pressure. This kind of newcomer must not appear, as it would affect their status. The Sword Deity Society was the #1 organization in the Divine Sword sect. Naturally, they would be able to investigate a person. Even though Lin Fei rarely went out, there were still records of him. It was normal for them to find out about him. The God of Swords stood up. I have my own plans for Lin Fei's matter. Everyone should settle the matter in front of us. When they heard about the matter in front of them, Lin Fei's matter became unimportant in their eyes. Soon, there was only one person left in the hall. The God of Swords was alone. Then, a black shadow appeared in the dark. Young master, Fairy Mingyu went to the heavenly devil nation. The God of Swords' cold face revealed a cold smile. Fairy Mingyu, you are courting death. It is equivalent to cultivating a divine technique to large success and advancing to heaven immortal. You are destined to belong to me, ha ha ha. Time passed quickly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Devil Nation. In this dangerous place, the same thing happened every day. It was either humans killing heavenly devils or heavenly devils killing humans. It was a continuous cycle, day after day, year after year. Damn, there are no heavenly devils here. A group of young people were standing in a valley with uncertain expressions on their faces. It's really strange. We have already searched 8 or 9 places. Why can't we see any heavenly devils? Could it be that all the heavenly devils have been killed? It's been half a year. Usually, we can still see heavenly devils and little ghosts. Now, these places where heavenly devils can gather are all empty, as if they have been massacred. You don't say. It seems like such a thing is true. I heard from other senior brothers that the underground world is the same. The number of heavenly devils is much fewer. That shouldn't be possible. There are countless heavenly devils in the heavenly devil nation. Even if you want to kill them, you will have to kill until your hands go weak. Moreover, heavenly devils are so powerful. Even we have to be careful, let alone others. I still remember a place where a lot of heavenly devils gather. Why don't we go there to hunt heavenly devils? We might be able to gain something. If there are none in these places, there should be some in that place. This group of people were all disciples of the Divine Sword sect. They came out in groups to hunt heavenly devils. In the end, the place where they usually came to was empty of heavenly devils. Other than a few scattered heavenly devils, the large group of heavenly devils seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Since they couldn't find any heavenly devils in this place, they could only change places. However, when they were not far away from the valley, the group couldn't help but stop. Everyone looked at each other. Heavens, who is that person? What a powerful sword technique. Look at those heavenly devils. With that sword strike, at least a few hundred heavenly devils were killed. Strong, he's really too strong. Which sect's disciple is that guy? I'm afraid we can't find such a person among the core disciples, right? In the valley, there were groups of heavenly devils. At this moment, they were being slaughtered by a black-robed man. With every sword strike, the heavenly devils turned into heavenly devil resentment and were collected one after another. The powerful heavenly devil generals and heavenly devil marshals in their eyes couldn't even block a single strike and were killed. Killing heavenly devils was like chopping melons and vegetables. These proud and arrogant disciples of the divine sword sect were faced with such a cruel method. Each of them suffered a blow. A fierce person, an absolute fierce person. In less than half an hour, countless heavenly devils were slaughtered. The entire valley was spacious and empty. They watched as the heavenly devils were killed. Not good. He's here. Don't move, don't move. Once this kind of person makes a move, we can forget about leaving alive. These people were uneasy. Fortunately, they were disciples of the divine sword sect. They forced themselves to calm down. Chapter 449. Are you disciples of the divine sword gate? The person who came asked a very simple question. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had encountered someone from a hostile sect? In the heavenly demon nation, many sects had set up teleportation arrays. It could be said that in addition to the fighting between heavenly demons and humans, there were also killings between humans. When the disciples of the divine sword gate heard this, they could not help but worry, afraid that they would encounter someone from a hostile sect. If they were really in danger, they did not think that they could resist the other party. Senior, we are indeed disciples of the divine sword gate. One of them braced himself and said, secretly on guard, "May I know who you are?" Their reaction was naturally seen by the man in black. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm also a disciple of the divine sword gate." The man in black flipped his hand, and the divine sword token appeared. It was genuine. It was another very simple sentence, but for them, it was no less than a golden promise. After seeing the divine sword token, they knew that they were safe. It turned out that this person was their senior brother. Then they were puzzled. When did their senior brother have such a powerful person? More importantly, they had no impression of him. This was impossible. If it were not for the divine sword token, they might have suspected that the other party was pretending to be a disciple of the divine sword gate. The divine sword gate had a unique standard for the divine sword gate. Even if outsiders snatched it, it would lose its use. Every divine sword token was custom-made and contained the divine sword gate's special secret technique. That was why they did not have any doubts. The man in black who appeared here was Lin Fei, who was hunting heavenly demons in the heavenly demon nation. This hunt lasted for an entire year. Even Lin Fei did not know how many heavenly demons had died in his hands. Anyway, it was a huge number, and it would frighten everyone if it was spread. Lin Fei was originally hunting heavenly demons, but he only stopped when he saw the disciples of the divine sword gate. Only then did he know that he had stayed in the heavenly demon nation for almost a year. Before this, Lin Fei was so focused on hunting heavenly demons that he did not count the time at all. He killed heavenly demons on sight. He did not know how many killings he had experienced in a year. He completely forgot about time and everything. If he had not met the disciples of the divine sword gate today, Lin Fei might still be immersed in killing. I have been training in the divine sword gate for a long time and have not returned for some time. Can you tell me about the situation of the divine sword gate? Senior brother, you're too polite. These people had never seen their senior brother being polite before. His face was also radiant. They often encountered this kind of situation. Some senior brothers went out to train and became ascetic cultivators, so they knew nothing about the sect's current situation. Usually, when they met fellow disciples, they would ask about the situation. They immediately gave a simple recount of the events that had transpired in the Divine Sword School in the past year, especially some major events, such as a certain senior brother's advancement or a certain senior brother's death. Lin Fei listened quietly and had an understanding in his heart. During this year, nothing really big happened in the Divine Sword sect. Oh, that's right. A genius disciple has come to our Divine Sword School. It's said that he's a true genius from the War of Dynasties. He once attacked a loose immortal patriarch. He's about to accept a disciple. Lin Fei already knew that this would happen. The news was really exaggerated. Others might not know who it was, but Lin Fei knew better than anyone that it was none other than himself. Lin Fei did not think that this kind of thing could be kept a secret. With the end of the Dynasty War, sooner or later, there would be a commotion. Even if the Divine Sword Gate did not spread the news, the other sects would spread the news. After all, there were too many people who saw it that day, too many to count. It was impossible for everyone to keep their mouths shut. These are for you. Lin Fei turned and left, leaving behind a jade bottle. Following that, there was an uproar, followed by envy. 10,000 heavenly demon resentment. What a generous sum. 10,000 heavenly demon resentment was equivalent to 10,000 heavenly demons. Ordinary people would not be so generous. Without realizing it, I've been training here for a year. It's time to go back. Lin Fei thought to himself. In a year, my level has entered mystique venerable rank. When I go back, I can condense a primordial spirit and become truly immortal. Even if I encounter an emperor, as long as it's not too powerful, I can easily leave. In this year, Lin Fei constantly hunted heavenly demons, and his experience points increased rapidly. Not long ago, he completed the Mystique Sect's mission and advanced to Mystique Venerable rank. After advancing to Mystique Venerable rank, Lin Fei's combat strength was exceptionally terrifying. Now, all he needed was to replenish it with vital vitality crystals. When that time came, his strength would truly reach its peak. Master, are we going back? Hairball appeared out of thin air and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, her eyes darting around. What, you're not full yet? In a year, Hairball's mind had grown. Coupled with Little Black, who would not shrink from any evil deeds, Hairball had also become black-bellied. I haven't achieved my life goal yet. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Forget about that goal of yours. Be careful not to provoke the heavenly demon god. You'll be in for a treat. Thinking of Hairball's goal, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was planning to build a large farm and raise 1,000 heavenly demon kings. At that time, Lin Fei was dumbfounded when he heard about it. 1,000 heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings were like cabbages that could be picked up on the street. Wouldn't that make them extinct? 1,000 heavenly demon kings. Lin Fei was terrified just thinking about it. After we go out, you'd better behave yourself. You mustn't use your void travel divine ability. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to warn this fellow so that he would not cause trouble for him when the time came. Relax. How could an absolute overlord like me cause trouble for you? Lin Fei directly ignored this sentence. You're not an absolute overlord. You're a troublemaker. In the teleportation room, accompanied by a flash of white light, Lin Fei walked out from inside and returned to the Divine Sword Sect that he had not seen for a year. In the dark world, suddenly returning to the outside world was somewhat uncomfortable. This discomfort only lasted for a moment. When Lin Fei left, the two powerhouses who were originally guarding the formation were both shocked. That brat didn't die. I remember a year ago, that brat's cultivation level was only at Mystique Emperor Great Perfection. How did he suddenly reach Mystique Venerable rank? This is too crazy. Lin Fei did not hear these words. After coming out of the teleportation hall, Lin Fei went directly to the Merit Hall. In addition to completing the mission, he was also prepared to sell the Heavenly Demon Resentment in exchange for enough vital vitality crystals. In addition to issuing missions, the Merit Hall also purchased various treasures that could be exchanged for merit points or vital vitality crystals. In a year of killing monsters and leveling up, Lin Fei did not have much, but the Heavenly Demon Resentment was the most. He did not know how many he had stored. The Heavenly Demon Resentment was not of much use to Lin Fei, but the vital vitality crystals were different. It was something that he urgently needed to level up. It could be said that the more, the better. His strength could also continue to increase. In a year, Lin Fei collected a large number of vital vitality crystals and could not keep up with the consumption. Chapter 450. What did you say? Lin Fei came back from the Sky Demon Country alive. On one of the sword peaks, a furious voice rang out, and the surrounding boulders shattered with a loud rumble, turning into fragments all over the ground. That person stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless rage. The surrounding people resisted the pressure of the saint with all their might. Their foreheads were filled with fear. The people we arranged in the teleportation hall saw Lin Fei come back with their own eyes. They definitely didn't see wrongly. Good. It's been a year. You're finally willing to come out. Fongwen laughed sinisterly. You kill my brother. I have to take revenge. I'll personally cripple you. This person was the saint who had asked to deal with Lin Fei in the Golden Hall. White Demon and Fong were friends. They came from the same place and had gone through many life and death situations. Moreover, Fongwen owed him his life. After that, they were even closer than blood brothers. After hearing the news of White Demon's death, Fongwen wanted to take revenge immediately. He wanted to kill White Demon to take revenge for his brother. However, he was stopped by the young master. Fongwen's strength had reached the saint realm, but he didn't dare to go against the young master's words. Otherwise, he would have attacked in private. Even so, he still arranged subordinates to monitor the teleportation hall day and night, waiting for the other party to return to report to him. Big Brother Fong, listen to me. You can't attack now. At this moment, a person walked out from his side. He also gave off the aura of a saint. Fongwen's expression darkened. Why? You want to stop me from taking revenge? That person shook his head. This isn't the right time to attack. Lin Fei is about to be taken in as a disciple by an old ancestor. If you attack now, you will bring trouble to the young master. Have you thought about this? Fongwen calmed down. Thank you for your reminder. I nearly brought trouble to the young master. After hearing this, Fongwen realized the seriousness of the matter. If he attacked, he would bring trouble to the young master. Everyone knew about Lin Fei's achievements. He would definitely become an old ancestor's disciple. If he attacked now, even if he was a saint, he wouldn't be able to block the old ancestor's anger. But I can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry. Neither you nor I can do anything about this. But don't forget, just because we can't do anything doesn't mean that some people can't. There are countless core disciples and direct disciples who want to become the Patriarch's personal disciple. Lin Fei's combat prowess is outstanding. And if he wants to become the Patriarch's personal disciple, he has to pass the test. Fongwen suddenly understood. This is a good move. When the time comes, we will arrange for experts to challenge Lin Fei. In front of everyone, we will destroy Lin Fei's reputation and make him lose the halo of a peerless genius. Then, Lin Fei will only be SOS. When that time comes, under the anger of the ancestor, he will definitely not accept Lin Fei as a disciple. If we secretly attack him, that will be the best. Then, we will temporarily let Lin Fei be free and unfettered for a few more days. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Mirror Hall. The second time Lin Fei came here was a year later. Last time, he had come to accept a mission. This time, he had come to hand in a mission. Walking into the Mirror Hall, Lin Fei first went to hand in the mission. Naturally, he was met with a gasp of surprise. When one's ability reached a certain level, one's memory of a person was also very clear. When Lin Fei first accepted the mission, his ability was not high. In the blink of an eye, he had reached mystique venerable rank. Naturally, it was shocking. After handing in the mission, Lin Fei moved to another place, ready to exchange for vital crystals. Junior brother, what do you want to exchange for? We have everything here. A middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically. I want to exchange for vital crystals. A lot of vital crystals? Junior brother, what do you want to exchange for? The middle-aged man asked. Heavenly Demon Resentment. This is good stuff. According to the rules here, 1 drop of Heavenly Demon Resentment can be exchanged for 10 vital crystals. Lin Fei calculated. This price was quite reasonable. These are all for you. I only want vital crystals. With a wave of his hand, a large number of bottles flew out, piling up like a mountain in front of him. It was a shocking sight, especially for the middle-aged man. The bottle was dazzling to look at. These are all Heavenly Demon Resentment? The middle-aged man gulped. How many heavenly demons had he killed? Since when did the Divine Sword Sect have such a powerhouse? That's right. When Lin Fei came out of the Hall of Merit again, he had a smile on his face. 3 billion vital crystals. It's enough for me to cultivate. The Heavenly Demon Resentment of various sizes was exchanged for a total of 1.3 billion vital crystals. This made Lin Fei's pockets bulge. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just as Lin Fei returned to the Bloodsword Peak, 3 people appeared in front of him, blocking his way. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of others. Lin Fei did not hide the large number of vital crystals he had exchanged for in the Hall of Merit. Others said to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Lin Fei did not care. Moreover, this was the Divine Sword sect, not the outside world. There was no need to keep a low profile. 1.3 billion vital crystals was really not a large number. It would at most shock people. Hence, Lin Fei did not keep a low profile and openly exchange for it. That kid is too high profile. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. This is going to be troublesome. 1.3 billion vital crystals. Even I am tempted. With such a large number of vital crystals, cultivation will be easy. With Tu San taking action, that junior brother is going to be unlucky. Who doesn't know that Tu San loves to bully weak junior brothers and rob them of their belongings? Those who have been targeted by him have all been robbed, and their cultivation resources have all gone to waste. If Tu San is not a member of the Divine Sword sect, he would not dare to be so bold. Everyone knew that Tu San robbed his junior brother's belongings. For him to appear outside so quickly, someone must have informed him. It would be strange if Tu San did not make a move for 1.3 billion vital crystals. Do you need something from me? Lin Fei stopped. Tu San laughed, knowing that he had met a hothead. Recently, senior brother is short of money. I heard that junior brother earned a large sum of money, so I want to borrow some from you. Lin Fei immediately understood that they were here for his vital crystals. How much do you want to borrow? Tu San thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort. He did not expect this guy to be so tactful. This was perfect, saving him the trouble. Not much. 1 billion vital crystals will be enough. Tu San said greedily. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just mention my name and everyone will give you face. Lin Fei squinted. Do you know who I hate the most? It's greedy people like you. Before I get angry, scram as far as you can. Tu San laughed. Haha, you want me to scram? How arrogant. 1 billion vital crystals would have been enough, but you refused to accept my offer. Now hand it all over. Do it. If it did not give him face, Tu San would rob them of all their vital crystals. When he handed over a portion, who would dare to make things difficult for him? You have a death wish. Lin Fei scoffed coldly. He opened his eyes, and a black sword gleam shot out. This was the eye sword that could be used after cultivating to a certain level. The gaze contained the meaning of sword intent. It was an extraordinary magical technique. The crowd saw 2 sword gleams flash by. Tu San's 2 helpers were sent flying and fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Everyone was shocked by this. This was too powerful. After all, both of them had mystique venerable rank abilities. What a powerful Eye Sword Divine Power. When did the Eye Sword Divine Power become so powerful? One strike, and it heavily injured the opponent. Among those present, there was no lack of people who cultivated the Eye Sword Divine Power. After all, this divine power was a common divine power in the Divine Sword sect. Countless people cultivated it. However, they never thought that the Eye Sword Divine Power that they cultivated could be so powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. Was it not the Eye Sword? Many people began to doubt it. Tu San's expression changed slightly. Although the 2 helpers he brought had yet to cultivate their primordial spirits, they were also good fighters. Now, they were defeated in 2 strikes. It seemed too fast. Tu San was very confident in his own abilities. You have some skills. Unfortunately, you have fallen into my hands. It's not up to you anymore. Tu San smirked and took out a treasure. It was a golden round plate that expanded infinitely and covered Lin Fei. If he was covered, he would be suppressed immediately. How dare you take out a piece of scrap metal? The crowd did not see his opponent make any moves. It was as if he had stabbed with his sword. The huge golden plate in the sky was split into 2 under everyone's watchful eyes and fell to the ground with a clang. The saying was true. This treasure had turned into scrap metal. Tu San has lost. When the crowd saw the sword stop in between Toussaint's brows, they were shocked. They could not see how Toussaint had attacked, and he had been defeated just like that. "Don't kill me. I'm from the Sword God Guild." Toussaint's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The treasure was broken by the sword, and he had lost control. Naturally, he was injured. At that moment, being injured was a small matter. What was important was the sword gleam in front of him. If his opponent loosened his grip, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Danger enveloped his entire body. Slap! Lin Fei walked up and slapped Toussaint to the ground. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to be arrogant?" Lin Fei squinted his eyes. "Don't go overboard." Lin Fei gave him 2 more slaps, one on each side. "I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over all the vital energy crystals on you. Otherwise, I don't mind stripping you and hanging you outside for everyone to see." "How dare you?" Toussaint swallowed the 2 words. The sword gleam in between his brows shone with a dangerous aura. At that moment, Toussaint regretted. If he had known that his opponent was so powerful, he would not have attacked. However, 1 billion vital energy crystals was an irresistible temptation. "Do you know the consequences of offending the Sword God Guild?" Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. He had even destroyed a projection of a young master and killed a saint. He had already offended the Godly Sword Assembly long ago. Now that he had offended another one, it wasn't a big deal. It was normal. You don't have to worry about that as long as you hand over the vital energy crystals. Toussaint knew that if he did not agree, his opponent would definitely do it. If he was hung on a tree, his reputation would be ruined. Chapter 451. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Who knows who this kid is? At least 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals were robbed just now. He's really bold to rob too, and despite knowing that he's from the Sword God Guild. He's awesome, but once the Sword God Guild takes revenge, this kid will be out of luck. Let's go and see which peak this disciple is from. Everyone watched him leave and started discussing. Some people hesitated before deciding to follow him to see what was going on. However, no one could remember who this young man was. Many people thought he was a disciple who had returned from training outside. There were many disciples in the Sword God Guild. Apart from training in the sect, many of them had been training outside, only returning after they had made some progress. It was normal that many powerful juniors and seniors didn't know each other. Lin Fei didn't care what they thought. He was in a good mood after getting 30 million Zhen Yuan crystals for free. Who wouldn't be happy to get something for free? Revenge? Revenge from the Sword God Guild? Who cares? Even if they didn't come looking for him, Lin Fei would come looking for them. This feud was destined to be irreconcilable. Scouts? The Bloodsword Peak was right in front of him. Lin Fei frowned. There were many scouts hiding in the vicinity, several times more than before he left. These scouts did well. If Lin Fei's strength hadn't improved greatly, he would have ignored them. No matter who you are, get out of here. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple. A cold voice exploded in the ears of the scouts, and a miserable figure fell out of the void. When they saw everyone falling out, their faces were full of anger. However, when they saw Lin Fei, their expressions changed and their hearts trembled. Lin Fei is back. Their target was back. As scouts, they knew who their target was. It was naturally a surprise to see him return. Their chi and blood were tumbling, and they were already injured. They could feel the other party's anger and left tactfully to report the situation. They were hiding in the void, and ordinary people couldn't see them. They were naturally no match for Lin Fei, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At least you know your place. Lin Fei charged towards Blood Sword Mountain. When Lin Fei entered the Blood Sword Mountain, the people who followed him were dumbfounded. It's him. He's the peerless genius Lin Fei. They wore expressions of disbelief. The young man in the black robe was the genius Lin Fei that they had been talking about. They didn't expect it. They really didn't expect it. In this year, the biggest event in the sect was the Dynasty Battlefield. The sect accepted a peerless genius, and it was a loose, immortal patriarch who personally accepted him. If it was just a peerless genius, they wouldn't care. Genius? Rank 1 sects did not lack genius disciples. Absolute geniuses were only slightly better than geniuses, so it was not considered much. The peerless genius this time was different. He had comprehended the invincible sword intent before the age of 100 and defeated the geniuses of the dynasty. The most terrifying thing was that he had survived the attack of the Saber sect's loose, immortal patriarch. This was the most unacceptable thing. Everyone knew how strong the loose, immortal patriarch was. It was already amazing that he didn't die, but he even injured a drop of the patriarch's blood. They didn't dare to think about such an impressive battle record, and they had never thought about it. If it wasn't for the rumors and the Saber sect's silence, they might not believe that all this was true. The new junior brother was so strong that he could actually injure the loose, immortal patriarch. Even if it was just a drop of blood, it was an amazing battle record that few people in the Divine Sword sect could compare to. When they recognized that Lin Fei was the peerless genius who injured the Saber sect's patriarch, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't make a move. If they had made a move, they would have been the unlucky ones. No wonder they sold the demonic resentment in such a high-profile manner. No wonder they weren't worried that the true essence crystals would be taken away. No wonder they weren't worried that the sword god would take revenge. All this was because Lin Fei was a peerless genius. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to suppress a peerless genius like Lin Fei, so they had to have a certain amount of strength. How terrifying. Our sect is going to have another peerless genius. No wonder Martial Uncle sect leader called them back. It's to nurture a peerless genius like Lin Fei. How many people in our Divine Sword sect are qualified to have a loose, immortal patriarch as a master? It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. I'm already happy that I've become an inner disciple. After they left, the news spread quickly. The peerless genius who injured the loose, immortal patriarch on the dynasty's battlefield had returned. The Bloodsword Peak belonged to the peerless genius. After the news spread, the people who wanted to attack the Bloodsword Peak were all scared out of their wits. Damn it, what should we do now? If they knew that the young man was the peerless genius Lin Fei, they wouldn't dare to rob him even if they were given 100 guts. The only thing they could do now was to thank the heavens that the other party didn't cause trouble for them. After that, it was the core disciples and personal disciples. After hearing that there would be a conflict between the peerless genius and the Divine Sword sect, they decisively chose to wait and see. After all, as a senior disciple, no one was willing to have a peerless genius overshadow their brilliance. It was fine for the core disciples, especially the personal disciples. As a first-grade sect, the Divine Sword sect could do whatever they wanted outside if they could become an inner disciple. Needless to say, the core disciples were admired by everyone. The personal disciples were incredible. Each of them was a proud son of heaven with countless halos above their heads. They had great power in the Divine Sword sect. Now that a peerless genius had suddenly appeared, the personal disciples were the most unhappy. It seemed that their brilliance had been overshadowed, and they had lost a lot of their brilliance. This was not what they wanted, so they disliked this peerless genius, Lin Fei, from the bottom of their hearts. Many people wanted to find him for a spar so that they could defeat him in front of everyone. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him. As a result, a year passed in the blink of an eye. They were very surprised to hear this news. Their original intention to spar also faded. Those who could become personal disciples were already first-class figures in the Divine Sword sect. Many secrets in the eyes of others were not secrets at all in their hearts. They heard that Lin Fei had a conflict with the Divine Sword sect. They were all gloating. Long ago, they found out from secret channels that there was a big conflict between Lin Fei and the Divine Sword sect. This conflict was hard to resolve. Without guessing, they knew that it would definitely be a big storm. Naturally, they wouldn't make a move. With the Divine Sword sect as the vanguard, they were happy to watch. Chapter 452. How dare you? Who allowed you to barge in? After Lin Fei entered, a loud shout was heard, and a huge black shadow came crashing down from the sky with a shocking momentum. Lin Fei lightly swung his body, and the black shadow was sent flying 100 miles away. King Kong. It was none other than King Kong. In this 1 year, his strength had risen rapidly. He had already reached the intermediate stage of the profound king realm. That attack, just now, was comparable to the advanced stage of the profound king realm. Master, you're finally back. Just as Vajra was about to smash down a second time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He immediately stopped and revealed a joyful expression. Lin Fei waved his sleeve and landed on the Bloodsword Peak with King Kong. All the servants of the Bloodsword Mountain had come. Towards this peerless genius, Lin Fei, these servants prostrated themselves in admiration. Their master was so powerful that they, as servants, would have a lot of face when they walked outside. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed the difference. There were many more demonic beast servants on the Bloodsword Peak, which had never been seen before. Master, those demonic beasts were subdued within the Divine Sword School's territory. King Kong was rather proud of himself. Ever since Lin Fei left, King Kong seemed to have nothing to do, so he went out to look for demonic beasts. There were many demonic beasts in the Bloodsword Mountain, and they all migrated here. As long as you have the strength, you can subdue demonic beasts and make them loyal servants. King Kong did not do anything else, but he often went to spar with demonic beasts. Over time, he subdued many demonic beasts, and there were many more demonic beasts on the Bloodsword Peak. Why aren't you guys coming out to greet the new master? King Kong roared at them, looking very majestic. This King Kong has done a good deed. He has increased the strength of the Bloodsword Mountain for no reason. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the beast he had subdued. The weakest of these demonic beasts was at the Mystic King intermediate stage. Some of the stronger ones were at the profound sovereign realm. Their talents were not bad. If they were properly nurtured, they could become powerful demonic beasts. Lin Fei naturally couldn't avoid praising him. Then he released Obsidian. As soon as Obsidian came out, all the servants immediately felt a huge pressure. If they didn't restrain it, all the servants would kneel on the ground. The aura of a sage was not something they could resist. Only people like Lin Fei could ignore the aura of a sage. No one else can. In the main hall, Lin Fei sat at the head of the table. Jean Gang briefly explained what had happened in the past year. It was nothing big, just some outsiders trying to break into the Bloodsword Mountain. Master, it's great that you're back. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry won't dare to barge in anymore. King Kong gritted his teeth when he mentioned this. Obsidian had already become the #1 fighter, so he volunteered, Master, these damn guys dare to ignore Master. Let me deal with them, kill, and cripple them. For a year, Lin Fei had already understood Obsidian's temperament. This guy was purely a troublemaker. Hairball was also full of bad ideas under the bewitchment of Little Black. She was clearly a bad child. Lin Fei knew very well that if he allowed Little Black to make a move, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. He immediately snorted coldly. From today onwards, you'd better behave yourself. This place isn't the Heavenly Demon Nation. This is the Divine Sword Sect. If you get into trouble, the itinerant immortal patriarch will be the first to deal with you. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember to change the place. This was the first-grade sect, the Divine Sword Sect. His sage was very powerful, but there were many powerhouses in a first-grade sect. If a sage expert came out, Obsidian would have a headache, not to mention the emperor behind him. Master, I'm sorry. Jean Gang, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. A sage, a dignified sage, was scolded to immediately admit his mistake. Master was too mighty. Subsequently, Jean Gang felt pressure, tremendous pressure. Jean Gang was very calm before. When he saw that his master brought back a subordinate of a sage, Jean Gang felt tremendous pressure. He was afraid that his position would soon be replaced. No, absolutely not. If he was replaced, he would soon be forgotten. His master needed a powerful helper. If he did not improve his strength, he would be marginalized. Although Jean Gang was a pet, he also knew honor and disgrace. He did not want to lose his master's favor because of the appearance of this person. A group of Tom, Dick, and Harry, they can't do anything. Lin Fei did not take them seriously. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion for 3 days. During this period, no outsiders are allowed to come in. The apprenticeship ceremony was 7 days later. Lin Fei must first cultivate his primordial spirit and then improve his strength. With his current strength, he could complete it in less than 7 days. Don't worry, master. With us here, no one can come in. Jin Gang pat his chest. My stick doesn't have eyes. I will hit them. After I come out, I will help you improve your strength. Lin Fei glanced at Jin Gang. Jin Gang was a mutated monster. His potential was superior. If he was properly trained, he could become a master. Thank you, master. Jin Gang was beaming with joy. His master did not forget him. Half a day after returning to the Bloodsword Peak, Lin Fei arranged everything and directly went into seclusion. As soon as Lin Fei left, Hairball flew out and patted her stomach. Jin Gang, I am hungry. I want to eat. Obsidian rolled his eyes. Boss Hairball, I just saw a good place. I guarantee that I will eat to my heart's content. In the secret room, Lin Fei did not know that Hairball was going to bring him trouble. With my strength, I could have cultivated my primordial spirit half a year ago. However, because I have been killing monsters to level up, I finally have some free time now. I can cultivate my primordial spirit in one go. A light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Without cultivating the primordial spirit, no matter how strong he was, there was still a guarantee of safety. After cultivating the primordial spirit, it would be completely different. Immortality of the primordial spirit was equivalent to immortality of the body. Come out. The mountain of primordial spirit crystals were the primordial spirit crystals that were exchanged. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The huge whirlpool turned into a black hole. Countless primordial spirit crystals were swallowed in one gulp. He began to refine them with all his strength. Absorb, refine, and the cycle began again. Lin Fei's aura was constantly increasing. 3 days later, Lin Fei's aura reached its peak. It is time to cultivate the primordial spirit. Lin Fei opened his eyes and knew that he was at the most suitable time for refining. Primordial spirit, immortality, condensed the primordial spirit. In an instant, Lin Fei became incomparably holy. In the depths of his consciousness, the swimming soul began to condense. This process required a certain amount of time. In addition to time, it required a large amount of primordial spirit. Generally, an upper mystique venerable powerhouse would only dare to condense the primordial spirit after their primordial spirit had reached a certain level. Otherwise, once they lost the support of the primordial spirit, it would be greatly affected. Primordial spirit surged into the soul. The illusory soul began to condense. Let's go all out and achieve the primordial spirit. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 453. In the secret chamber, 3 days later, an excited voice came. Haha, I've finally become a primordial spirit expert. After expending a large amount of true essence, Lin Fei finally achieved his wish of becoming a primordial spirit expert. As long as the primordial spirit didn't die, the body wouldn't be destroyed. Only after becoming a primordial spirit would one know the wonders of the primordial spirit and understand the meaning of immortality. After becoming a primordial spirit, no wonder my resistance to the soul will increase. My strength instantly increased. Lin Fei sized up his primordial spirit. My strength has increased countless times, and I'm no longer in the form of a ghost. Even though his primordial spirit was still very weak, he could already see that it was extraordinary. After becoming a primordial spirit, the innate advantage was clear at a glance. Even if he encountered a soul secret technique, his primordial spirit could withstand it and not be seriously injured. Primordial spirit experts were generally not afraid of soul secret techniques. Of course, if the soul secret technique was very powerful, then it would be an exception. Now that I have a primordial spirit, the power of the Godslayer secret technique should be higher. Those primordial spirit experts won't be able to block it easily. Lin Fei thought, after the Godslayer secret technique becomes stronger, the Godslayer secret technique can also become one of my trump cards. After cultivating the primordial spirit, he needed to consolidate it. Others needed to consolidate in the demonic nation. Lin Fei was different. He directly cultivated the Akala Sutra and meditated to form the Akala Sutra to consolidate his primordial spirit. It had to be said that the Akala Sutra had an extraordinary effect on consolidating the primordial spirit. Other people often needed a long time to consolidate, but Lin Fei was more than 10 times more than others. He could almost see the primordial spirit change. A day later, the primordial spirit was completely consolidated. If this news were spread outside, everyone would probably be dumbfounded. Monstrous, too monstrous. To completely consolidate the primordial spirit in a day, how many people in the Sword God School could do it? After the primordial spirit was consolidated, Lin Fei could feel the compatibility between his body and primordial spirit. His fighting will had also been tempered. Compared to before, he could move as he pleased. 2 days before the ceremony, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. The primordial spirit was completely consolidated, and the remaining primordial spirit crystals were also completely refined. The current Lin Fei's entire body was emitting a powerful aura. His entire body seemed to have inexhaustible power. It was a truly powerful feeling. Lin Fei was the only one who could increase his strength so quickly in such a short time. Lin Fei was rather surprised that he could not find Hairball, King Kong, and the others after he came out of isolated cultivation. He did not look for them, either, as he was not worried that anything would happen in the Divine Sword School. As long as he did not leave the Divine Sword Sect's territory, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. The pink, rose-blue fairy took the initiative to visit. Lin Fei removed the array formation and let Fairy Lon Kai in. He was actually quite surprised that she had taken the initiative to visit. Why is she here? Fairy Lon Kai didn't come alone. She also brought a young man. Junior brother Lin Fei, you really hid it from us. Fairy Lon Kai took the initiative to speak first with a smile. Looking at this young junior brother in front of her, Fairy Lon Kai really couldn't relate this legendary scene together. This junior brother was young, but he had already done great things, especially when he attacked an itinerant immortal elder and survived. Everyone in the Divine Sword School knew about this, and they could not help but sigh when they saw him again. Lin Fei blinked. Well, I didn't mean to lie to you. You didn't ask back then. Fairy Lon Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. This junior brother was still quibbling. After thinking about it carefully, it was true. Who would have thought that he was a peerless genius and mistaken him for that senior brother of hers? She invited the two into the basilica, and servants immediately served tea. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, senior sister. Lin Fei smiled. Before Fairy Lon Kai came, she was still worried. Now that she saw Lin Fei's appearance, she felt very comfortable. This young junior brother was not old, but he had cultivated to this level for no reason. He was far superior to ordinary people. When she saw Mystic Venerable One's strength, the rippling primordial spirit aura was shocked again. It had only been a short while, but Lin Fei had advanced again. This was clearly a primordial spirit aura. Congratulations on advancing to Mystic Venerable One, junior brother. You become a primordial spirit powerhouse and are immortal. Lin Fei chuckled. After returning, I had an epiphany, so I advanced. Fairy Lon Kai had seen many genius disciples, but none of them could be as indifferent as Lin Fei. It was as if advancing to the next level was not important. What was important was that he had advanced from Mystic Sovereign to Mystic Venerable in just a year. How would the other genius disciples look at him? They would be ashamed. Fairy Lon Kai was scared just thinking about this kind of peerless talent. She remembered that it took her a full 10 years to advance from Mystic Sovereign to Mystic Venerable One. Lin Fei had only taken a year. This gap made Fairy Lon Kai feel pressured, and she decisively chose not to talk about it. Fairy Lon Kai changed the topic and said, Senior sister took the liberty to visit because I want to make a deal with you, junior brother. You too, senior brother? I'm Chu Fei, a member of the Shocking Heavens Association. Chu Fei said politely. He had a clear understanding of Lin Fei's information. He was shocked that he had advanced to this level in such a short time. Chu Fei's impression of him changed greatly because of this speed of advancement, which made him a peerless genius. Lin Fei knew about the Shocking Heavens Association. This Shocking Heavens Association was also a huge organization in the Divine Sword sect. According to levels, the Divine Sword sect was the strongest in the Divine Sword sect, followed by the Pink Rose and the Shocking Heavens Association. The latter two organizations were very strong, and together they could contend against the Divine Sword sect. Lin Fei was shocked when he heard about the Shocking Heavens Association. Why was this organization looking for him too? The important thing was the deal. What kind of deal was worth coming here personally? So it's Brother Chu Fei. It's an honor to meet you. The visitor was polite, so Lin Fei was naturally polite as well. Forgive me for being ignorant, but what kind of deal do you want to make, senior sister? Fairy Lan, Kai did not hide anything. I heard that junior brother sold a lot of heavenly demon grievances. We won't buy a batch of heavenly demon grievances from you. So it was for the heavenly demon grievances. This thing was good stuff. They guessed that he had heavenly demon grievances on him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Heavenly demon grievances were of good quality and poor quality. The ones that were sold a few days ago were of poor quality. As for the grievances of the heavenly demon generals and heavenly demon marshals, they were collected separately. Lin Fei understood this better than anyone else. Senior sister, are you preparing to refine heavenly demon thunder? Lin Fei suddenly turned his head and asked. Junior brother is right. We are indeed preparing to refine heavenly demon thunder. Fairy Lan, Kai did not hide anything. Heavenly demon thunder was good stuff. Lin Fei knew that it was a treasure for large-scale attacks. The better the quality, the more powerful the heavenly demon thunder. How much do you want? Chapter 454. In fact, Lin Fei did not care much about the heavenly demon grievances. In his opinion, this thing would not be of much use other than exchanging vital essence crystals. Selling it to the Startling Heavens Association and Pink Rose would undoubtedly earn him a favor. However, Lin Fei's stock was all high-grade heavenly demon grievances, and the quality was far superior to ordinary heavenly demon grievances. As mentioned, the quality was high, the refined items would naturally be superior. I don't really have any requests. I just want senior sister to help me refine some heavenly demon thunder. Lin Fei's request was very simple. The demonic thunder was not bad. It was a good thing to injure people. The resentment of a demonic imp or the resentment of a demonic king. It was clear which was stronger. It was definitely a good thing to cheat people. Fairy Lan Kai and Chu Fei were quite surprised. This junior brother Lin Fei was easier to negotiate than they had imagined. Don't worry, junior brother Lin Fei. Leave this small matter to us. Chu Fei patted his chest and promised. When Lin Fei took out the heavenly demon grievances, both of them were shocked again. Initially, they wanted some heavenly demon grievances of heavenly demon generals. They did not expect Lin Fei to give them the level of heavenly demon generals, which was beyond their imagination. This trip was worth it. They all knew that Lin Fei was a monster, but when they saw the heavenly demon grievances, they realized how monstrous he was. How many heavenly demons would he need to kill? At least, they could not do it at the moment. They were both at the mystique venerable rank, but the difference in strength was more than one level. It was impossible for them to hunt it. The heavenly demon generals had already surprised them. However, when Lin Fei handed over the heavenly demon king level heavenly demon grievances, Fairy Lan Kai and Chu Fei were speechless. This was too outrageous. Heavenly demon kings were saint level. How could they be defeated so easily? There seemed to be a lot of them. How many heavenly demon kings would they have to kill? Using the heavenly demon king's grievances to refine the heavenly demon thunder, the two of them could not help but feel pressured. If they were not careful, even a sage would be seriously injured. Junior brother, you're really impressive. Chu Fei sighed. Lin Fei chuckled and didn't say anything. As for explaining anything, that would be too pretentious. After chatting for a while, Chu Fei left first, leaving Fairy Lan Kai behind. What's the matter, senior sister? Lin Fei asked. Fairy Lan Kai said, Junior brother, you have to be especially careful when it comes to itinerant immortal patriarchs taking in disciples. What's wrong? Did senior sister hear the news? Lin Fei said, Junior brother, doesn't know much about accepting disciples. Please explain it to me. Even though he had obtained memories from Snake 7, Lin Fei's heart wasn't too clear about the ceremony of accepting a disciple. He had always been confused about it. Originally, he thought that the sword god would be the first to take revenge after returning from the demonic nation. He didn't expect them to give up. Now that he suddenly heard it, he immediately understood what was going on. Perhaps this was the reason. Fairy Lawn, Kai did not leave because of this. She wanted to remind Junior Brother in case he was schemed against. Moreover, she had received many favors, so she naturally had to mention this matter. Junior Brother seems to have offended the Sword God Society, right? Fairy Lawn, Kai asked. Lin Fei nodded. I have indeed offended them. Junior Brother, you have to be careful in the future. The people from the Sword God Society are very overbearing. If it isn't a big problem, I will try to help you talk to them. Fairy Lawn, Kai said. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to trouble Senior Sister. Senior Sister, please make it clear when you want to accept a disciple. Lin Fei was clearer than anyone about the conflict between him and the Sword God Society. After killing their saint, this matter wouldn't end peacefully. Peaceful resolution? It was all a big joke. He was willing, but they might not be willing. Not to mention, he would not compromise either. Even if Sword God personally took action. Naturally, he wouldn't say the details. Fairy Lawn, Kai did not continue asking. She just sighed in her heart. However, at the same time, she made up her mind. If Sword God Society went overboard, she would go all out and ask Senior Sister for help. Sword God Society would not dare to not give her face. Once Lin Fei became a disciple of a rogue, immortal old ancestor, even Sword God Society would have to be wary. Junior Brother's master must be one of the rogue, immortal old ancestors. If it was a normal disciple acceptance ceremony, there wouldn't be a problem. However, Junior Brother is different. The rogue, immortal old ancestor has not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. Therefore, this time, the old ancestor's disciple acceptance ceremony can't be missed. That is the challenge of various geniuses. Few core disciples would dare to take action. Personal disciples will definitely take action. Even the higher-ups of Sword God Society will have to be mentally prepared. Don't fall for this and affect your future. Fairy Lawn Kai's expression was solemn. Challenge? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. This is a list of personal disciples. Junior Brother, take a look at it when you have time. It would be good to be prepared for them. Fairy Lawn, Kai took out a list. Lin Fei was very grateful. Thank you, Senior Sister. After sending Fairy Lawn Kai off, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Challenge and ruin their reputation? Lin Fei could guess with his, but that this was the Sword God Society's plan. An honorable plan. If this had happened a year ago, Lin Fei might have had a headache. Personal disciples were at least mystique, venerable ones at great perfection, and their combat effectiveness was at beginner stage. However, things are different now. After a year of cultivation, they already had the ability to fight. Personal disciples were nothing but clowns. Sword God Society, if you really want to fight, I don't mind letting you suffer. Lin Fei's murderous intent surged. Then, he flipped open the list in his hand. Lin Fei was quite grateful for this list. He was not worried about the core disciples. However, there were some powerful figures among the personal disciples. This was something that Lin Fei had to pay attention to. No matter how powerful a person was, they had to understand their opponent and understand everything about them. Lu Chi-Chi, Taoist name Qin Yun, mystique venerable ones at great perfection, proficient in whip techniques, an itinerant immortal patriarch was recruiting a disciple. This news had long spread like wildfire. It had been 100 years since the Sword God sect recruited a disciple. In particular, there were very few who were worthy of being recruited by an itinerant immortal patriarch. In order to recruit a peerless genius like Lin Fei, the itinerant immortal patriarchs who had gone out to cultivate also returned one after another. It was hard not to be surprised that they wanted to recruit him. However, such a grand event was very difficult for the core disciples and personal disciples to accept, especially the veteran disciples. The Sword God sect was worthy of being recruited by an itinerant immortal patriarch because they had outstanding aptitude. As for becoming a personal disciple or a core disciple, each of them had outstanding aptitude. Now that someone had been accepted as a disciple by an itinerant immortal patriarch, they were naturally very dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction accumulated into jealousy, especially when they learned that Lin Fei had come out of the heavenly demonic nation. His strength had improved greatly, and he had beaten up the people of the Sword God Society. He was so arrogant and did not take them, the veteran disciples, seriously. This made them even more unhappy. Chapter 455. P.S. There was supposed to be an update yesterday, but who would have thought that during the renovation upstairs, they accidentally disconnected the light cat's cable. As a result, the network was only restored now. I'm sorry, everyone. The updates have been intermittent for the past few days. I'll be breaking out next month. A year's time. Everyone in the Divine Sword Gate knew about it. The exceptional genius, Lin Fei, would be accepted as a disciple by one of the great ancestors. This disciple would not be a nominal disciple, but a real disciple. Once accepted as a disciple by the great ancestor, he could do whatever he wanted in the Divine Sword Gate. Who wouldn't be envious, jealous, and jealous? On this day, as the sun rose, the golden sunlight shone on the square of the Divine Sword Gate, indicating the arrival of a new day. The great ancestor's disciple recruitment was also held today. Countless people were thinking about this day. As the sun rose, people came and went in the square. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started discussing. The target of their discussion was only Lin Fei. I really don't know what kind of talent Lin Fei has. If he becomes the great ancestor's disciple, he will surpass us. Then we will have cultivated for nothing. What's there to be nervous about? Do you think Lin Fei can become the great ancestor's disciple? Who doesn't know that the senior disciples are rubbing their palms together? They will definitely give Lin Fei a show of strength. Yes. Once the senior disciples take action, Lin Fei will embarrass himself. If he embarrasses himself in front of the great ancestor, it will be difficult for him to become the great ancestor's disciple. No wonder I see the senior disciples who have been cultivating outside returning one after another. It seems that they are all here for Lin Fei. It will be a good show to watch. That's right. With Lin Fei's strength, he will be ruthlessly crushed in front of the senior brothers. Not everyone can become the great ancestor's disciple. Without extraordinary strength, he will only embarrass himself. He can forget about raising his head in the sect in the future. Most of the people who were discussing were senior disciples. They could not bear to see a newcomer surpassing them. For a moment, everyone thought that Lin Fei would not become the great ancestor's disciple. Look, everyone, senior brother Qing Feng is here. Suddenly, someone shouted, I know the person beside senior Qing Feng. He seems to be senior Xiao Shan. His strength is extremely tyrannical. What do they count as? They're just core disciples. Look over there, those are the true experts. Senior brother Ming Hai is here. Senior apprentice brother Illumination is here as well. They're all personal disciples. One powerful senior brother after another kept appearing, and every one of them would cause an uproar. Towards the end, everyone became numb. Even some of the senior brothers who were usually in seclusion came out. The 5 tigers of the heaven-shocking society are here. I didn't expect them to come back, too. 5 black silhouettes flew over from the horizon, exuding a powerful pressure that made people feel suffocated. The newcomer was immediately recognized. The 5 tiger generals of the heaven-shocking society had a resounding reputation in the sect. They didn't descend. They stayed in the sky and looked down from above like gods looking down on mortals. They indeed had the strength to do so. It's been 100 years. I didn't expect to see such a grand event again, the tall Wang Yong said lightly. This junior brother Lin Fei isn't simple to be able to survive the hands of a loose, immortal patriarch. I really want to spar with him. A delicate-looking young man subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. This way, I didn't rush back from outside in vain. I don't think there's a need for a spar. I wonder how many people want to spar with him. A red-clothed woman in the middle chuckled. I think it's better for us to watch the show. Following the appearance of the experts from the Heaven-Shocking Society, many experts from the Pink Rose arrived as well. The scene was lively, and they had a good relationship with the Heaven-Shocking Society. Hence, they quickly started chatting while waiting for the appearance of the Patriarch. It wouldn't be easy to see the true appearance of the Patriarch at this time of the year. The loose immortal Patriarch didn't come and go without a trace. It was rather rare for several loose immortal Patriarchs to appear at the same time. The experts from the Sword God Society are here too. When another group of people appeared on the horizon, the sky was suddenly empty. The influence of the Sword God Society was evident. When they saw the lineup of the Sword God Society, all the disciples present were surprised. The Sword God Society is really going all out this time. I didn't expect them to come. 3 sages. Looks like the rumors are true. Lin Fei and the Sword God Society have a lot of conflicts. Otherwise, why would they be sent here? Lin Fei is in trouble now. It looks like they don't want junior brother Lin Fei to have an easy time. After recognizing the 3 experts from the Sword God Society, all kinds of speculations began to spread. He's just a mystique, venerable rank kid. No matter how strong he is, he's just a prospective sage. I can kill that kid with 1 finger. Zhuo Zhoming sneered. Why do the 3 of us have to come together? In fact, we're not really going to make a move. Don't forget that we're not the only experts cultivating in the Sword God Society. Some of us will definitely make a move. Brother Guanghan is right. He's just a mystique, venerable rank. There's no need for us sages to make a move. That kid doesn't have the right. These 3 sages of the Sword God Society would not dare to make a move against Lin Fei in front of everyone for the time being. In the eyes of others, they would be bullying the weak. They would not make a move unless it was a critical moment. Sages had dignity. They would not make a move casually. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to lowering their own status. They were not that stupid. Brother Fong, there's so many experts here today. Do you think that Lin Fei wants to become the Elder Ancestor's disciple? In another part of the sky, Fong Wen looked down with a cold gaze. Thank you for your reminder that day, Brother Qin. Otherwise, I would have done something stupid. Fong Wen shook his head. I've already arranged for someone to avenge Brother Bai. Qin Kai said, nothing was leaked, right? You should know that if you do anything serious in front of the Elder Ancestor, he'll definitely see through it. Not everyone can withstand the Elder Ancestor's anger. Fong Wen said confidently, I've already arranged everything. I'm 100% sure that no one will notice anything wrong. Qin Kai did not continue asking. The rogue immortal elder is here. Elder Ancestor 9 Fingers. Elder Ancestor Madsword. Figures walked out of the void in the sky. The rogue immortal elder emitted an oppressive aura that no one dared to look directly at. Even the sages showed a respectful expression. The Elder Ancestor was a top-notch expert in the continent. Every single one of the Elder Ancestors had powerful battle prowess. Any one of these Elder Ancestors was an existence that could stomp their feet in the outside world. Today, they were fortunate enough to see all of them. There was a total of 6 rogue immortal elders. This already made the eyes of all the disciples below green with envy. 6 rogue immortal elders wanted to take him in as a disciple. Was that Lin Fei really that monstrous?